Hey, Phil.
Hey, how's it going? How are you?
I'm great. What state are you in, Phil?
Iowa.
You're not. You're probably going to get a better view of the of the eclipse than we are.
Oh yeah, I haven't. Is it supposed to happen? When's it supposed to happen tonight?
Sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Around noon.
Oh, it is. Oh, it's cloudy here, so I doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know.
Our information says Indianapolis will see it at full length at 2:00.
I gotcha.
We're just a little bit below Indianapolis, so it should be the same time for us.
Right.
We're supposed to see it at like about 45 minutes.
Cool. It's so cloudy here, we wouldn't see it anyway.
Yeah, we're not going to see it either, but it'll get dark, right?
Well, what's interesting, I haven't even seen the moon.
Hey, Yami. Let's see your hair.
Wow, how fast it grows.
Well, Raul covered the camera. Okay, I see it. It's looking really good. You're looking younger, Yami.
I just washed it, so it's wet. Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shalom.
Trying to find the right angle.
Well, it's nice to be able to see both of you.
Did anybody get to see the moon yesterday or no?
It was cloudy.
Yeah, it was cloudy here too. I usually see it right now because it's in a different time. Yeah, I usually see it in the morning, early in the morning, but I didn't see it yesterday.
Is there something supposed to be special about the moon, Toria?
Oh yeah, it's a solar eclipse, which solar eclipses affect Israel. It's a warning.
Okay.
And this one's a complete. There's a partial in October, but this is a complete. And you figure it's 50 years apart from 50 years ago from the war. Because what people don't understand is that a solar is a warning, but it doesn't say when it's going to be. It's just the warning.
Come on and say hi.
I'm just sitting here. I'm going to say,
huh?
Yeah.
Here.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
We're just.
I like it. I like the video you did with him bringing you coffee.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah, I liked his Ruach inspiration.
Seems to be happening.
We're just having our salads.
Yeah.
We had cinnamon rolls. We were bad.
Uh-oh.
I love cinnamon
rolls with cream cheese icing. We should have been eating salads.
We had grapes for breakfast. Or I had grapes for breakfast and a slice of my homemade bread.
Mm. You know, I bought some grapes and they were, I thought that, you know, they came in the package and I really didn't read it. I didn't realize it said seedless until after I purchased them. You know, they were expensive too because they came in a pack. And I
Yeah.
realized after when I looked at them, it said seedless. I'm like, next time you need to have your glasses on when you buy stuff, Tori. I was very upset. I was like, I'm not eating those. They don't got seeds. Uh-uh.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know, it's funny, we never thought about it when they came out with seedless watermelon. Everybody thought that was the greatest, and not realizing that was one of the first GMO products out there.
It was, wasn't it? I remember that.
Yeah, and now you can hardly, in Texas you still can. California, good luck finding a watermelon with seeds. But
I wonder
usually
why
the
that
guys on
is.
the, huh? Oh, I'm
I
sure
wonder-
because they don't want you eating this good stuff. But
Here in
for some
Oregon,
reason,
we're going to see the solar eclipse here in about 5 minutes.
oh,
Do you,
now do you see the moon?
I haven't really looked yet. I just looked up the time.
Morning. We're supposed to get it in about 30 minutes.
Oh, Mom has our special glasses.
cool.
Okay, so you do know that's a lie, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. They don't want you to see the, they don't even actually want you looking at it because they don't want you to know that they're both the same size. Remember, he said he made two great lights. They're not planets, they're lights. The planets are not mentioned in scripture.
Oh, it's less than a quarter of the sun's showing.
Oh, she does see some of it?
It's going right now?
Yeah.
Oh, it's happening right now.
So it's behind. That's interesting that I couldn't see the moon. Usually you see the moon.
Well,
Yeah,
it's too cloudy here to see anything. So I'm
well, you
not.
know, the sun is so bright right now. It's incredibly bright. Maybe that's why the moon is casting on it. It's been so cloudy here, I haven't been able to track the moon.
I can tell it's darker outside. I see a difference in the light. It's not just darker, like cloudy darker. It's
Dim.
dim. Yeah. The eclipse is happening right now. I can see the change in the sky. Anna might be outside. Look, when I was a kid, we were taught to look through just what was it? We had something with a little pinpoint in it, and you could watch it. Also, I noticed as a child, when the sun would shine, you could see the eclipse through the leaves. The leaves, you know, the mottled sunlight going through the leaves would actually cast the shadow of the sunlight on the ground. I remember that as a child. I haven't seen that as an adult, but I remember it.
Didn't we take a piece of paper and put a hole in it? I
Yeah,
remember
a little pinhole. Yeah.
That's right. And I do remember that casting something to the ground and so we could see it better.
Mm-hmm. So what did you see, Mountain? Can't hear you.
It makes it look like a sliver of a crescent moon, you know, when it's.
Mhm.
Except it's bright instead of the dark.
But it's behind the clouds now.
Adam just texted me that his dog can tell the difference. He's acting like there's something wrong.
Really?
Hmm.
Well, I see that Yami has shown up. We haven't seen you for a while, Yami.
How are you doing?
Very fine, thank you.
Yeah, I was telling Raul, I'll stay for a little bit. I am too hyper. I cannot be seated for too long. You know, I have to move around.
Her too.
She's too, yeah. So how are you guys doing?
We're actually doing pretty good. We've got a lot of things going on right now. But that's life.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The best way we can, right?
Right. Yeah, both of Tad's sons are having medical issues of
Yes.
different sorts, and we're trying to help
How
them
are they
figure
doing?
out what's what.
How are they doing
They're okay for now.
for now?
Waiting for test results and stuff, but
Right.
Yahuwah's got it all planned out anyway, so
That's true. And it seems nowadays that it takes forever to get results. It takes forever to get a doctor's appointment. You know, it's crazy, right?
Right. Just for Tad to get a cap on a tooth that he had a root canal on. He's finally going to get it next month,
no, the
the end of this
26th of this month.
26th of this month, but he actually had the root canal
In September.
in September. Yeah.
Oh,
And they're just now going to put the crown on.
You asked for an appointment for the skin, and it was 2
yeah.
months.
And I was telling him by the time that I got to
Okay,
the
here,
appointment is gone. So why to go? You know, I'll cancel it.
We just canceled our insurance. Unfortunately, it went up. It's $1,000 a month now.
Wow.
Wow.
So my union insurance should be kicking in for December, my retirement, because I have to be 55. So
I'm sorry, Toria, I missed what you said was $1,000 a month.
our medical insurance just went up to now we have to pay $1,000 a month. So we canceled it. It's just too much.
Wow.
So next, we're supposed to, I believe we're covered through November, but I get to apply for my union retirement insurance next month anyway. So since I'll be 55, or before in time next month or in December. So hopefully we'll finally be covered under a less extreme amount.
You know, my medical expenses were $76,000 this year so far. $1,000 a month wouldn't even cover that.
Oh no, that's not even all the procedures I've had done this year. Last year was 10,000.
Mhm.
Over 10,000. That's not including the monthly. This year is probably about half that much. So
Well, I'm really thankful for Medicare. I really am. It's been literally a lifesaver.
You know what? I was just talking
Me
to a
too.
friend at work, and her mother's on Medicare, and she was telling me because she has diabetes, and how much she puts out a month just blows my mind. Plus, she has to pay. She has Medicare, and then she has the secondary. It costs her almost $500 a month just for that, just for herself. Plus all of her medications. It just isn't I don't get it. I don't know why they're not helping the people who are retired and older. I got about 6 more months until I can get my insurance through my work, which actually is, believe it or not, is only $42 every paycheck for my husband and I. So that one I
Amazing.
can't wait. I was paying in California with my union $15 a check for my family.
Hmm.
So when we moved to Texas, I was just like, what is going on out here? Wow. Because they told me I had my insurance when I retired. And then after I was here for 2 months, they sent me a letter saying, oh, sorry, but you have to be 55. So we had to scramble for the last 2 years.
Hmm.
So now I can see why people work so long.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
My
most
hubby,
of
I'm sorry, my hubby
No, go
worked for
ahead.
the government, and so it's just such a better setup and everything that I've not really had to worry very much about anything medical or that much medical. So they did take care of them well when he worked for the government.
Yeah, that was my dad. He did 40 years with the railroad, and you know, their government. So yeah, he's very well taken care of himself too.
Right, right. It's very nice.
Yeah, but
You
the
don't
downfall
until
is
you,
there's no state because
uh-huh.
they never paid state or anything. I don't know if you know, the government actually borrowed from their railroad. I don't know, 30 plus years ago. And when they did that, they didn't pay back. So a lot of them lost a bit over that.
Yeah. Well, the government has been borrowing from a lot of different pots for several years now, a lot of years. Even our Social Security, they've dipped their
Yeah,
hand in that so many times that we don't get what we should from
right.
the beginning, how they set it up.
Well, you know what's amazing to me is when my great grandparents, when I was young, they were able to, people retired at 55 and they got to enjoy their years. And then it just crept up, crept up, crept up. Now they want us to do it in the 70s. And I'm like, oh my goodness, how are you going to have, and I see it with my company. They are gracious enough to hire elderly people. And, but it's still hard for them to work. I see them. It's not easy.
Right.
I'm just thinking, how dare this system just do this to people like that? I just don't get it.
Well, I kept working until I was 60 something, kind of basically retired. And then I started volunteering after that. But I was in my 60s when I finally retired. And that was mostly because I enjoyed working and I didn't have, kids to take care of or anything like that anymore. So yeah, I feel for those people who have ailments or aren't able to work and stuff like that, and not being able to get enough monies to pay for the things that they need.
Right. I know my great grandfather, although they both retired, or he retired. She didn't work, but women didn't need to work then. But when he was older, he was still working. He was still, doing jobs and up until his 90s. And he was a carpenter by trade. He actually built most of the older Hollywood homes, not, they weren't track homes then, But yeah, I used to go when I was really little. I would go with him to some of the places he would do. It was so much fun.
Yeah. One of my grandfathers on my dad's dad was a carpenter, and that's what brought our family to where we are now. I was born, well, my sister just older than me, that passed away. She and I were both born here in Prineville, and the others were born in Idaho. So
I think that's what brought my grandparents to California because they were from Michigan.
mhm.
And I think that's what, because of his trade, there was a lot of building going on in California.
Right. Yeah, my grandfather said, come on over here. We've got lots of work to do. It's a small town and it's growing, so come build.
Yep. And I think your grandparents are probably the same age as my great grandparents were. They were both born in 1905.
I have no idea when my grandparents were
I didn't
born.
know my immediate grandparents on either side. My dad's side was all from Minnesota, so I don't know them. I never did. And then my mother's, her dad died when she was 9, so his parents, which is our great grandparents, were the only grandparents we ever knew. So to us, they were our grandparents.
Yeah.
And I spent 30 years with them, and I spent every summer with them.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so I mean, it was amazing learning how to cook and do and sew and, do everything.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Well, I didn't have grandparents or great grandparents left at all. So.
Wow. I know that's a blessing for us to be able to, especially great grandparents.
Right.
My dad is a great grandfather now because of my grandson.
Right.
But he's getting, I don't think he's met him yet. I think they're about to.
Mm-hmm.
Meet him. He's 4 now, so.
Yeah. Well, I have 2 great grandchildren.
Awesome.
Two grandchildren and 2 great grandchildren.
That is awesome.
I think so. And the parents are really good about sending photos and snaps and fun little things about the kids.
That's good.
Yeah. The oldest one is 3 and the youngest one is about 4 months, 5 months.
April.
Oh, that's the one you were saying was just born.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Time flies. 4 months.
His grandson.
No, 6 months now. He's about 6 months old.
Yeah.
He was born in April,
Wow.
the Roman month of April.
Right. I was looking back on the day I was born. I was actually born on a Shabbat.
Nice.
Yeah. Just one of those little things that was, curiosity in my head.
And we'll be getting started in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Come on in and fill up the live broadcast, people. Be right back in 4 minutes.
Hi, guys.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Joss. How are you?
Hey, Draz.
Hey, I'm
Hi,
good.
guys.
I'm good. I finally got the BNV with the not swim version with that 1,200 pages. I finally got it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, my friend bought it to me, and some other books of Lou, like I Am Yahuwah. He brought Secret Identity and then Lie, Truth of Tradition, Magisterium, and all of that. That's so cool.
That is very cool. What a blessing.
Yeah, I have so much to read now.
Oh, it's finally starting to get a little darker over here.
Yeah.
Draws, did you get to see the solar eclipse?
I haven't really seen it yet because for me it's about 7:27 p.m. but I haven't seen nothing.
Would yours have been
so far?
Last night?
Because it's been a rainy day. I haven't seen anything. But I think it was pretty cool. I think.
Well, it's because of the cloud cover.
Oh, that too.
I'm gonna go peek at it real quick.
I'm blessed. I can sit and look right outside.
Yeah. I really like this. I like this book. This called the Nazarene version. It's so cool. I finally got the full version. I always wanted it to have, but in eBay it's kind of like a bit too expensive in a way. It was about 120 euros for me. So
Is this Is this the book you're talking about, Dress?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Okay.
I like that one better because it has all of it.
We've got a large print coming.
Oh yeah, I saw it. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. I really like the way it looks.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I have the old large print one. Yeah, I'll want one of those, Phyllis. Definitely. Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering how long did it took Lou to kind of republish it or re-edit it or whatever.
Oh, it took him it took at least 2 weeks, maybe longer. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it took a while because he had to go through each page. Mostly, what he's did is he made the chapter numbers and the numbers of the verses bigger to make it easier.
Okay. That's cool. So, is there like a tetragrammatrons, or is there like just transliterated names of Yahuwah and Yahusha?
The names it's in Hebrew. It's not transliterated. It's
No, I meant like it's probably like with the 4 Hebrew letters and 5 Hebrew letters of Yahusha, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I just kind of thought because like volumes 1 and 2 are just transliterated.
Oh, on from the ones from Amazon. Yeah. That he couldn't get them to print in the Paleo font because they didn't have font.
Right.
And
okay.
Are you gonna have any of those?
That's so cool. I think it looks probably a bit different. I think the large print. I mean, you said that he made like larger fonts, I guess, or something like that.
No, just the numbers, the chapter numbers, and the verse numbers.
Nothing. So is there also like the same preface as in
everything's the same? Even I think he even kept the page numbers are the same. I think everything's just bigger. He just made it. Bigger.
Okay, that's nice.
Oh, he's made an amplified version?
No, not amplified, just a large print.
Oh, I would love an amplified. I could see it.
Oh yeah, amplified would be so cool. Yeah, I agree.
Wouldn't it? I wouldn't have to wear these glasses.
Well, it is large print. I'm not sure what you mean why you wouldn't have to wear your glasses with an amplified. Amplified just means somebody added their own words to
on the other ones, the books are just bigger, like the Hallelujah scripture. See how much bigger the book is?
Yeah. So well, the large print that's coming out will be bigger.
That would be awesome.
Well, so it has about. Does it have more pages, like 1,600 or?
No, it's the same number of pages.
Oh, okay.
So it's the same size. Well, is it? It couldn't be the same size book. No.
No, it's not the same size book. It's bigger.
Oh, it's bigger. Okay, I was gonna say it's probably the size of this one then.
Yeah, it's the size of a large print book. Every page is the same information except it's bigger.
Awesome.
Oh, that's interesting. But it's really great that it's going to be also available in eBay. For the international.
Yes, he already has made it available on eBay. But I mean, he's setting it up to be available. We don't actually have the book yet. We won't have them till next month, but he's getting it set up so it will be available on eBay.
Okay, I have the old book or the old big version. See it?
Oh, that's the scriptures.
Yeah.
That's not even the same kind of book.
You're doing the same kind?
Huh? No, we don't use that book anymore.
Yeah, I got that a long time ago.
Yeah, well, the B1V will be like that. Only
it'll just be the new updated. Yeah, gotcha.
Was there like a B1V version with when it has like Elohim instead of Elohim?
Those are just older.
Oh yeah, I just kind of remember it was I think like the older version of B1V.
Yeah,
All right, let's
we
get
didn't.
started here.
The solar.
We're running really late, so let's get started. I'm sure a lot of people are trying to see this solar eclipse going
Oh
on.
wow, that's
called
an
the
olive.
fire.
I was just gonna say that's the olive.
I got this from Brother Brick. As you all know, most of you know that him and I and a few other people came up with the same year for Return of Yahusha was 2028. But I'm starting to lean a little bit toward it being 2030 as I continue to research. But anyways, Brother Brick sent this, and you can see this line here is from 2017, was the eclipse we had a few years ago. And then this line here is what's happening today. It's coming down through here. They make a cross right here in the middle of Texas. And then in April of next year, 2024, we have another eclipse coming this way across the United States. And lo and behold, it makes an alif across our entire nation. A Hebrew alif letter, which is, to me, has to mean something. So that's what's going on. So 2017, 2024, or 2023, and then 2024, drawing the line through and making the alif.
Looks
So
like
very
looks like the anarchy symbol also.
Yeah, it could be anarchy symbol as well. So something going on here. We'll just have to wait till this third eclipse coming early next year in April.
Mark,
See what
I can't read it. Where is that cross line going? That's over in the over there. What's right there? What state is that? Yeah,
Let me see if I can enlarge it. Can you see it better now?
I see Springfield. And, that must be Tennessee.
Well, this is Tennessee.
There's Nashville right there.
Here's Missouri.
Yeah.
Here's Tennessee. So this would be Kentucky, right over Kentucky. Looks like over top of your house, Phyllis.
Yep. That's why it's
There's
so dark.
Springfield. Yeah, Illinois. So this has got to be Kentucky. Looks like it's right over top of Kentucky, making that right there, that cross there.
Where the
This
sun
one
shines
here,
bright.
this one's definitely over Texas. So very interesting, isn't it? Whether it means something, I'm not sure, but we'll find out. Brick, of course, has got his theory on this. Would you like to hear what he has to say about it?
I would.
All right. Let me bring it up. Hang on a minute. All right.
Is that why your name is Mark? Mark? Because you're setting the mark? Proclaiming the mark?
I don't know. I mean, that's a possibility, I would guess.
One who proclaims the mark. Ooh.
I'm kind of wondering, what does the, for example, when there's, for example, in the Barashit, it has the Aleph Tau, the Aleph Tau, the letters. I'm kind of wondering, what does it mean? Because it says, in the beginning, Elohim created the Shamayim and the Eretz, and then it has the Aleph Tau. So what does that really mean? Is that like maybe like his mark or something? Or
Yes.
Mark can explain that.
Kind of like an outro or something.
Let Mark explain that to you.
Starting point, the mark.
Okay, I didn't hear what he said, Phyllis. What did he say? I was trying to find Brick.
He wants to know what the Aleph Tau represents in Bereshit.
Oh, it's like like he's putting his initials on there, letting you know that it is Yahuwah who's saying it. It's like he's signing it, putting his signature there, saying, "I'm the one that said this."
Yeah, so that means that he's kind of like making that he's the author of life.
And you'll notice that again in the Revelation, where he says, "I'm the Aleph and the Tav."
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Revelation 1 it says. Yeah.
It's throughout more of the. I don't know how many books it's the Aleph Tav is through. Lou did not include it in all of them because it just broke up the reading too much. But he wanted to show it in the Bereshith to show the importance of who's talking.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, you just find it throughout the Tanakh, really. If you read the way it should be inserted.
Yeah,
But,
for example, like in older versions,
here's what
they
Brick
remove
has to say about this thing. Okay, real quickly. I can't really get it all up for some reason. I don't know what the deal is here. It's acting kind of strange.
And I just have a suggestion for anybody who's watching. If y'all want to see the eclipse and you don't think you have something to see it, my husband just brought me his welding mask and it works perfectly. You can see it perfectly and it's protected. So.
Oh man, that would be so amazing to see it.
It's almost halfway here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are out there trying to watch that thing. You gotta be careful doing that because you can mess up your eyes too. You gotta watch yourself. There's you can. I mean, last time we had one, I was able to position my car windows, which are tinted, just at the right angle where I could see the sun coming into the car window, and I could see the eclipse that way perfectly through my car window. And there's other ways of doing it, but you don't want to go out there and stare at it for sure. And we all should know that. But anyways, here's what Brick has to say. Unfortunately, I can't get it all up on here. I don't know why that's doing that. Oh, here we go. I got it now. Okay, here he is. This is from Brick. Shalom, Aki. First of all, I am not predicting the end of the world. I'm just pointing out something that might be important. As some of you by now, there are 2 more total solar eclipses. Let me see if I can drag this here. There are 2 more solar eclipses that will occur between now and April 8th, 2024, which is the exact time the Hebrew New Year 2024 begins. The first total solar eclipse to cross our nation in 99 years took place on August 21st, 2017. As I have mentioned before, it touched the Oregon coast at the exact moment the month of Elul began in Jerusalem. Elul is thought to signal repentance. This was the first of 3 that would occur within a 6-year, 7.5 month period, a real rarity. The next total solar eclipse will be an annual eclipse, also called a ring of fire eclipse. This will occur next month on October 14th, 2023, a week after the last great day of Sukkot. And the last one will take place on April 8th, 2024 on the Hebrew New Year. Just 6 days shy of 6 months from the ring of fire eclipse. Are we being given 7 years to repent as a nation? Could the tribulation begin in 2024? Not predicting, just asking. Our nation is pretty wicked, on a par with Sodom and Gomorrah. How long will Yahuwah let this go on? This is perversion going on in this nation that never even occurred to the citizens of Sodom and Gomorrah. They didn't have the technology to do some of the things that are taking place among the wicked here now. I'd like to call your attention to something. Take a look at this and tell me what you see. These are the 3 paths the 3 eclipses take. If you don't see it, scroll down under the picture and I will tell you what I see. I know some of you will see this. I see an Aleph. and A, which stands for Elohim or Aloha. I see Yahuwah's signature here. What follows these three warnings are all his doings. I say to all, repent while there is still time. Do it now before Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, which will take place in 10 days on Monday, the 25th of this month. None of us have the promise of tomorrow, so keeping a short slate is always a good idea. That's all he says.
What confuses Mom and I is that these eclipses, at least the two of them, start in Oregon and go towards the east. I thought the sun was supposed to go from east to west.
But the earth moves from west to east.
If you believe it moves. Mine actually goes from east to west.
Okay, so
there's supposed to be a partial eclipse coming too. Has anybody looked to see where that goes through?
no,
I believe
these are
it's
just all
believe
total eclipse.
Gosh, when is it?
I can't remember now. I wasn't really planning on talking about this, but I think if I recall, a full total eclipse has something to do with Israel. The half eclipse has something to do with Gentiles, but I ain't positive on that. That's just something in the back of my mind.
When I did my studies, solar eclipses have to do with Israel's warning. It's a warning for Israel, and when it's a not a solar eclipse, but the other eclipse,
Moon eclipse, lunar eclipse.
Yeah, they both represent. One's for the nations, and one is for Israel.
Yeah, I thought it was a partial lunar was for the Gentiles, but I might be wrong. Could be the lunar eclipse. I don't know. But anyways, let's get started here. We're on Revelations 4 today. I'm going to try to do 4 and 5. And then I'm going to stop because then we're going to, once we hit 6, it's just going to be a huge amount of information. So beginning in Revelation chapter 4, now we're going into the third segment, what I like to call the third segment of Revelations, which was commanded to Yahuchanan to do, which would be and what shall take place after these, which would be futuristic predictions. And so that begins here, chapter 4. So from 4 on is the prophetic portion of Revelations. It's important to understand that in order to understand the what Revelations is all about. Then it helps to know who Yahushua is and what's to take place between the time of his ascension and the time of his second return, his second coming. Okay, so who wants to start us off in chapter 4? Who would like to read that? Phyllis?
I thought Tad was going to cover for me.
We'll get him in chapter 5.
Okay. Chapter 4, verse 1. After this, I looked and saw a door having been opened in the heaven. And the first voice which I heard was like a trumpet speaking with me, saying, "Come up here, and I shall show you what has to take place after this." I hear echo.
Yeah, there's an echo.
Okay, are we good now? Okay. Let me repeat that. Come up here and I shall show you what has to take place after this. And immediately I came to be in the Ruach and saw a throne set in the heaven, and one sat on the throne.
Okay, stop right there.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. So,
You're fuzzy, Mark.
gargling?
Fuzzy.
Okay, can you hear me now? Well, that's crazy. Okay, let's just stop right there for a minute. So here, what's that?
Yeah, we can hear you much better now.
Okay. After this, I looked and saw a door. So here now, Yehukanan is looking through a door. So he's looking through this door, right? So what would you think would be this door that he's looking through? Go ahead, Tori.
I'm gonna say Yahusha.
Yeah, heaven saw a door having been opened in the heaven. So Yahusha's the door. He lets his people in and out of pasture. In other words, into the dimensional spirit dimension and back into the physical dimension, back and forth through him. And so this would be indicating that Yahukanan is given this vision by Yahusha. This is what this is indicating. Okay. Now notice then it says, "And the first voice which I heard was like a trumpet speaking with me, saying, 'Come up here, and I shall show you what has to take place after this.'" So this would be a prediction into the future after the present. He just come out of the present segment. Now he's going into the future segment. So after this would be after what was revealed in the present time, what has to take place after this. You see that? So it's definitely pointing, this is where the future predictions begin. And what I want you to notice here is that Yehukanan is no longer in the day of Yahuwah, is he? Is everybody seeing that? Okay, so when he went into the day of Yahuwah, he was taken to the day of Yahuwah. He was taken, at least we came to the conclusion that he was taken fully bodily into the future. Okay, body and ruach. And he was given a glimpse of the day of Yahuwah in the time period surrounding that, Okay, so then after that, he came back into the present time, and he was writing to the seven assemblies. Okay, and now he's taken from the present time here, and he is now. It says, "Come up here and I'll show you what has to take place." And immediately he was in the Ruach. Okay, so he's no longer in the day of Yahuwah, is he? Anybody got any questions on that? So now he's in the Ruach.
But he's still in the future, because he says, let me show you what has to take place. Meaning,
he's in the future beyond the present, his present time, but he's no longer in the day of Yahuwah. When's the day of Yahuwah? When's the day of Yahuwah?
the end of time.
Yeah. It happens at the end of Armageddon, the return of Yahusha.
Right.
Okay. So he's no longer there. He's back. He came back into the present time. Now he's called up into the heavens so he can see what is to take place. And he's in the Ruach. He's in the spirit.
But that's also in the future.
Yes, in the future. This is where the future begins. But it's not the day of Yahuwah anymore. He's not at the end of the fifth millennium. Or I'm sorry, he's not the end of the sixth millennium, which is the day of Yahuwah.
So is this before or after?
What?
It
It hasn't told us yet. It will tell us. We're going to find that out, but it hasn't told us yet where he's at. But it becomes more apparent where he's at when we hit chapter 6. All we know at this moment, without cheating or going off into some other chapters, is that right now he's looking through a door into the heaven, and he's in the spirit. He's getting ready. He's getting ready to see things that haven't happened yet. That's all we know right now, without cheating. Go ahead, Toria.
I was just going to note on the first verse on chapter 4, it says after this. So it's already letting us know from the beginning it's something new from what the chapter 3 was saying. So it says after this, I looked and I saw. So it's letting us know it's something different.
Yeah, go ahead, Ted.
I just wanted to point out that also in that first verse, it explains who's speaking the same as it does in chapter 1. The voice, which I heard was like a trumpet, it says that exact same thing when he was in the Ruach. He heard behind me a loud voices of a trumpet. So it's Yahusha again speaking. We know this.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So if we go back to chapter 1, verse 10, it says, I came to be in the Ruach on the day of Yahuwah. Okay. And I heard behind me a loud voice as of a trumpet saying, I'm the leaf and the tall, the first and the last. Okay. And write in the book what you see and send it to the 7 assemblies. Okay. Remember that? So that's the present time with what he sees. But when I came to be in the Ruach on the day of Yahuwah. Okay, so then when we come down to chapter 2, and he begins to obey Yahuwah and to write in the book what you see, which is what is now. Okay, he's back on the island of Patmos, and he's writing. Okay, what Yahuwah telling him to write to the 7 assemblies. Okay, now he's done that, and it's not that he's instructed to just send these different letters to each individual assembly. Okay, he's instructed to send them this entire book of Revelation to each assembly. You see that? It's not just that little short letter. So he has written down the message to the assemblies from Yahushua, but he's far from sending the entire book of Revelations to them, because he hasn't even saw the visions yet. He's getting ready to see. You see what I'm saying? So now he's going. Now all of a sudden, did he leave Patmos like he did when he went to the day of Yahuwah? Or is this a vision now? He's still on Patmos, and now he's seeing a vision. He's seeing it, giving it to him in a vision. Okay, which one?
In a vision?
Yeah, this is a vision now. Okay, so chapter 1, I'm going to step out on a limb and say he took him bodily, flesh, spirit, to the future, and he witnessed the day of Yahuwah. Okay. Just like we would if it happened right now, we're still alive. But now all of a sudden, I think he's still on Patmos. He did the letters, and now he's given a vision of what's coming, of the future. Does anybody see it any different way than that? Okay. So come up here and I shall show you what has to take place after this. And immediately I came to be in the Ruach. What's that mean? Go ahead, Ted.
I was going to say I'm kind of a little confused on whether it's a vision or whether he was translated because of that line you just read. He says in both spots, I came to be in the Ruach. So if he came to be in the Ruach on the Yom of Yahuwah and was translated, I'm kind of 50-50 on that one. If you see where I don't know if it's a vision or if he was actually translated, because he uses the same wording.
Well, in Revelations 1, remember, he said that and I turned and to see the voice which spoke to me, and having turned, I saw 7 gold lampstands. It goes on to describe him. Then it says down in 17, and when I saw him, I fell at his feet as dead. And he placed his right hand on me, saying, do not be afraid. I am the first and the last. So this is where we kind of agreed last week that he must be in his physical body to be able to faint. He fainted. Would he faint if he was just seeing a vision? Probably not. You see what I'm saying? So this is where we said it seems to be that he's in his body. So far, we haven't read anything quite like that yet. So we kind of, we can't really jump to conclusions. We kind of got to stay in reserve and read a little bit farther. But at this point, it seems to be that he's given a vision. So somewhere it has to tell us that, because that's just an assumption to this point. Anybody else? Go ahead, Toria.
I was just going to say, I don't know about some of you all, but when I've had visions or whatever, it's more like a dream state. So I believe you could drop to your knees, whether it be your flesh, you're just, even during the vision, you could drop to your knees, or while you're having the vision, you're dropping to your knees also.
Yeah, you can move around and do things as you're dreaming, for sure. That's a good point. So he could be seeing this like a dream, a really clear dream. It's a possibility. I'm not excluding that. But it just seems to me, that he was physically there. But I'm not excluding that it was like a clear dream, a vision from Yahuwah. And he was just given that, But we do know that Yahuwah uses the form or the transportation called translation to take somebody immediately from one place to another place, because there's examples of that in scriptures. So we have to recognize that as well. All right. So we'll just stay in reserve here, and we'll just go along for sake of argument with what we've already come up with. And as we read and we find out differently, something tells us differently, then we can always go back and readjust that. Okay. Or if it confirms it, then we can say, yeah, we're right on that. This proves we're right. Okay. So keep your eyes peeled for that type of evidence as we're reading through. Okay. Now let's talk about this. And saw a throne, which is singular, set in the heaven, and one, which is singular, set on the throne. All right. So that means there's one throne in heaven and there's one sitting on the throne. That's pretty clear. At least that's what John saw. All right. Anybody else got anything to say up to this point? Well, let's read on then.
I have a question first. What is a jasper?
It's blue, I believe. Isn't jasper blue?
And verse 3, and he who sat there was like a jasper and a ruby stone in appearance. And there was a rainbow around the throne like an emerald in appearance. And around the throne were 24 thrones, and on the throne I saw 24 elders sitting dressed in white robes, and they had crowns of gold on their heads. And out of the throne came lightnings and thunders and voices, and 7 lamps of fire were burning before the throne, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah.
Okay, stop right there. Okay, so he goes on after telling us he sees one throne and one person, one sitting on that throne. He describes the one sitting on the throne and the throne itself. Gives us a pretty clear description of it. And so this would be like crystal and green. I think jasper does come in a variety of colors, but I'm thinking blue, is probably the one we're most familiar with. So it could be clear or green as well. So it and around the throne, which is singular, were 24 thrones. Okay, so it doesn't say they're up equal, at the same height as that throne. It just says around the throne. And on the thrones, I saw 24 elders sitting dressed in white robes. Who are these 24 elders? Go, Ted.
Just my opinion, but I believe them to be the 12 Talmudim and the 12 sons of Yaqub, the leaders of the tribe.
But nobody has gone up except into the Shemayim, except for nobody has ascended except he who has descended. So why would these men be up there? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, I think Tad was going to challenge that. Go ahead, Tad. What were you going to say to that?
I was just going to say, because it's a vision. he's seeing the future.
My thought was that I remember when Moshe were taking the Israelites out of the land, journeying them through the wilderness, and he had too much to do, so he assigned 2 leaders from each tribe. And I'm wondering, could these be 2 leaders from each tribe? I like Tad's idea too.
Well, I don't think that he's seen into the future and seeing this in the heaven because of the fact that in the future we're going to be living in the new earth. Yahuwah's going to be down here on the earth in his new city and with his bride. So we're not going to be in heaven. So this can't be looking into the eternal reign. He has to be seen in the present day in the day of flesh here in the future. He's not seeing into the eternal reign. If it's what you're saying, then the eternal reign would be up in the Shemayim. And I don't see where scripture tells us that. Sounds like it's going to be in the new earth. So these 24 elders dressed in white robes, obviously immortal right at this particular time. White robe always refers to immortality or being covered. Okay. And it seems to me these have to be some type of spiritual beings, these 24 elders. Could they be like the 24 heads of the Malachim? Could they be? I mean, it's a possibility. Go, Toria.
I was just going to make a note, just say something. I was looking up the jasper. I've always noticed it to be kind of green, like you said. But when I looked it up, there's a chart on jaspers, and every single one, different colors. Most of them seem to have a green in it, but they're mixed. Every single one is mixed. They're different colors mixed in with each other. So what I'm thinking is, when he says something about the jasper, is it the mixed multitude?
And he who sat there was like jasper and a ruby stone in appearance.
Right, because he is all of us.
Yeah, but I think he's describing the one that's sitting on the one throne. Again, I don't see this being in the millennium reign or the eternal reign. I think this vision is in the Shemayim right now.
Because I'm just thinking, because Yahusha gave his life for all of us. So it makes me think of that stone being, it's mixed. He did it for all of us. I don't know. Maybe it's too deep.
I don't know, because what I'm thinking is that Yahusha, in his second coming, when he comes back with his army, is of messengers. Are the messengers going to come and live down on the earth too, on the new earth, in the eternal reign? Or are they going to be left to their own devices up in heaven somewhere? It says there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth.
Wasn't it said that they were able to come back and forth?
Yeah, but we're going to be eternal as well. We're going to have spiritual bodies too.
Do you not think maybe it might be that as the beginning, as Adam and Kua could see that the Shamayim
can come back with him to the earth? Are they coming back to live here as well?
They're coming with him.
We're going to have spiritual beings as well. Flesh and blood is not going to survive.
Right. No, I'm thinking at the time of Adam and Kua, before they were flesh, in the book, it says that they could see the Shamayim, the messengers would go back and forth. They could hear them sing. I'm just thinking in those terms.
But I mean, they will come with Yahusha, right?
Oh, so here's the bottom line, man. Either John is seeing the Shemayim, okay, during the age of flesh, or he's seeing it during the millennium reign, or he's seeing it in the eternal reign here. Which one makes more sense? Well, guess it can't be the millennium and the eternal, because he hasn't even been showed those things yet. Those things haven't even happened yet in the future. Yes, he's in the future, but those things have not happened. They don't happen till Yahusha, the Lamb, starts opening up the four seals, the seals in chapter 6. See what I'm saying? So this has to precede the millennium reign and the eternal reign here. He hasn't even been shown that stuff yet. See what I'm saying? That don't happen. He don't start seeing anything that has to do with the later days until chapter 6. Go ahead, Ted.
Just to pose a question. When he says, and immediately I came to be in the Ruach and saw a throne set in the heaven. I'm just wondering if he's actually speaking about the heaven, or is he speaking of the reign of the Shamayim?
Well, he would be speaking about both. Okay, because even though Yahuwah is sitting on the throne in heaven, we know there's a real place up. There's a tabernacle up there, the original, because we're told that. Okay, and we know there's a throne. All right, and so we know that Yahuwah is sitting on that one throne in his body. Otherwise, he couldn't be seen at all. But here they're describing him, so he has to be. They're seeing him, so that they're seeing not Yahuwah in his natural form of Ruach, but they're seeing him in his body of light. And I think that's why it's described the way it's being, his body's being described here. Right? Because otherwise they wouldn't be seeing anything. They just see a throne. They couldn't see him because he's invisible. No one has ever seen Yahuwah. See what I'm saying? So just because he's sitting on that throne in his body, does that mean he gave up his omnipotence and he's not down here on the earth? No, he's still everywhere at once all the time. We should know that by now. So there you go. Go ahead, Toria.
Okay, I kind of jumped ahead, but that answer is in verse 8. Kodesh, 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 Yahuwah al Shaddai, who was and who is coming. So they're telling us he hasn't came yet, so we know where it's at. They're saying this in the Shamayim.
And some people, you know, like, I don't really like when they separate Yahuwah and Yahusha, because it's kind of weird. Because, you know, like, if they know that Yahuwah cannot be seen, then how can, you know, in their terms, for example, I'm kind of using their logic. Like, if they say Yahuwah is coming, then who will they will see? Because if we go, for example, in Titus 2:13, it says looking for the blessed hope, right? And we know that Yahuwah is the spirit. We cannot see him, but we will see Yahusha. And so it's kind of weird with these people when they separate Yahuwah and Yahusha. I just don't get it.
It's because they don't understand his embodiment.
For example, they always take that Acts chapter 7 verse something where it says that Yahusha is at the right hand of Yahuwah, and then there's a here, see, Yahuwah is not Yahusha, blah blah blah. Like, come on, man, it's just so ridiculous. Because we know in Revelation, I mean, that's about the revelation that he will come, but yet they know that we cannot see him. So how can that make sense? I just don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
That's because they don't understand the Hebrew idioms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly right. They need to take a lesson on Hebrew idioms for one thing.
They've been taught that they're separate. They've been taught Trinity.
Yeah, but you know, when people, you know, there are people who kind of like reject Trinity, but yet they believe differently still. They still believe that Yahuwah and Yahusha are separate.
They don't understand the embodiment that Yahuwah needs a physical body to dwell in to be that sacrifice. They don't understand past that or before that.
Okay, let's get back to the study here. What is so the 24 elders set and dressed in white robes? Who are they? It can't be people. This, you know, the white throne judgments hasn't even happened yet. The first resurrection hasn't even happened yet. If you say that, then you believe what Christians teach, that you go to heaven or hell upon your death. And that's not true. Go ahead, Ted.
So looking at it from the standpoint that he is seeing into the Shamayim, those 24 elders must be, like you said before, the leaders of the Malachim, such as Michael.
Michael was an archangel. There's angels higher than archangels. Archangels aren't the highest angels. Okay, I don't want to get off on that tangent. I'm sure Tori understands what I'm saying. Okay, but so I'm suggesting that these 24 elders dressed in white robes, which just means they're immortal beings, are some kind of head spiritual beings. Okay, remember when Satan went up there and Yahuwah was having a court, and he was in a courtroom setting, and he went in there and started talking to him about Job. Remember all that? There were other Malachim that had assembled there in that courtroom. See what I'm saying? So there's things going on up there, principalities that are happening in the spiritual dimension. Go ahead, Ted.
I just got an idea. Like you said before, and we all understand that the tabernacle here on earth was just a shadow of the true tabernacle in the Shamayim. So would the 12 Talmudim and the 12 leaders of the tribes be the same thing, shadows, because that's 24, pointing at those 24 in the Shamayim? Yeah. Just something that made me go,
It could kind of be because the new city, Jerusalem, the new city, remember what their foundations are going to be? There's 12 foundations, and then there's something else that says it are the tribes, and then there's something that's the 12 Talmudim of Yahusha. Remember that? And their names are written on them. And
12, 12 gates, and I forget what the other 12 is right now, but
12 foundations. It's layered. It's got 12 foundations, which I think are the Talmudim, and then the gates I think are, like you said, the sons of Jacob. You know, that's the 12 tribes for each gate, right? So yeah, it could be a shadow of that, or the reality could be that once the new heaven and new earth, the new city comes, that these 24 elders may be what you just said in eternal reign. Possibly. Maybe these are just there until that time, the fulfillment of that time does come, and then they take their rightful place, right? On the thrones that surround Yahuwah's throne. Possibility, man. Very good possibility of that. We know that the bride's going to sit on his throne with him. So how is that possible? They're all going to sit on each other's lap? No, they're going to make up his body, his one body. So they're going to be him. See that? And so these elders, these Talmudim and the 12 tribes are going to be the elders sitting on the throne, surrounding his throne here on the new earth. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it could possibly be that, Tad. Go ahead, Toria.
I was just going to bring back the word you like to use, the carbon copy. So there's those that are the 12, and there's the carbon copy of the 12.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think we can safely assume here that these 24 elders are spiritual beings, since they have white robes on, and they're in the heaven. Ain't no flesh up there. Mother Mary ain't up there. Sorry, Catholics. Yahusha and his flesh isn't up there. Sorry, Catholics. Elijah's not up there in the flesh. Sorry, Catholics. Enoch's not up there in the flesh. Sorry, Catholics. Right? Okay. No one has ascended except he who has descended. And we're not going to ascend. Okay? He's coming to us. We're not going to him.
Flesh and blood cannot inhabit the reign of the Shamayim. So there you go.
Yeah. He's coming to us. We're not going to him. Sorry, Catholics. All righty. And they had crowns of gold on their heads, and out of the throne came lightnings and thunders and voices. 7 lamps of fire were burning before the throne, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah. What's that mean? So here, it's kind of amazing, right? Because we go back to 1:20. You might recall us talking about this. It says, the secret of the 7 stars which you saw in my right hand and the 7 gold lampstands. The 7 stars are Malachim of the 7 assemblies, and the 7 lampstands which you saw are 7 assemblies. Then when we go back over here, it says that the 7 lampstands of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah. So are the 7 winds of Yahuwah the 7 assemblies? See what I'm saying? Go ahead, Toria.
Are they not the 7 ruachs of Yahuwah?
It says winds.
Isn't that what a ruach, the breath?
It says
The wind?
winds.
Right, his breath, winds.
I don't think we can go there. I think we have to stick with what we got. I mean, like I said, over in 1:20, it's saying the 7 lampstands which you saw are 7 assemblies. And now here it's saying the 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne are the 7 winds of Yahuwah. So is the 7 lamps of fire the same thing as the 7 golden lampstands? And is the 7 winds of Yahuwah the same thing as the 7 assemblies? Okay, so to help us out here a little bit, let's compare the 7 winds of Yahuwah here in Revelations 4:5 over to Revelations 5:6. So look at Revelations 5:6. And I looked and I saw in the midst of the throne and of the 4 living creatures in the midst of the elders a lamb standing, having been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah sent out into all the arets. So the 7 horns and the 7 eyes on a slain lamb is the 7 winds of Yahuwah? And the 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne are the 7 winds of Yahuwah? What's going on here? And the 7 golden lampstands is the 7 assemblies? What's going on here? Look over at 7:1. Here's a curveball. And after this, I saw 4 Malachim standing at the 4 corners of the arets, holding the 4 winds of the arets, that the wind should not blow on the arets or on the sea nor on any tree. Is that the same thing? No, had nothing to do with it. Okay, that's 4 winds. We're talking about 7 winds here.
And that's
So
of the
there's
elect.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? But we still got to see this wind, the word wind. So what y'all thinking? So the 4 winds found in 7:1 also found in Daniel 7:2 and Zechariah 6:5. But actually in Zechariah 6:5, they're called spirits. So what's happening here, folks? Somebody. What's the 7 winds? What is this talking about? Could this be the 1 true living Yahuwah described in 7 ways or characteristics, such as we find in Isaiah 11:2. Could that be what this is? The 7 lamps of fire are burning before the throne, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah. Could this be describing 7 ways of Yahuwah, or 7 spirits of Yahuwah, or the 7 characteristics of Yahuwah? Go ahead, Tad.
Well, we all know that the Lamb is Yahusha, having been slain. The 7 winds, I'm going to take a stab here because it says they were sent out into all the Eretz, those 7 winds. And I know that he sends, if you look over at chapter 8, 2. And I saw the 7 messengers. Aren't they the ones that pour out the bowls and the vials and all that stuff?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if those 7 messengers, since he sent them out into all the Eretz, if it might be those 7 messengers being the 7 winds.
It's saying a lamb standing that's having been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah. It's saying the 7 horns and 7 eyes on the lamb are the winds of Yahuwah, 7 winds of Yahuwah. Ain't saying they're messengers. Then over here, it's saying the 7 lamps of fire are burning before the throne, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah. So this is saying that the 7 lamps that are lit are the 7 winds of Yahuwah. And he's saying they're messengers. So what's going on? Go ahead, Toria.
I was just going to say, like, I was thinking about what he just said, because it says, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah. So are they the messengers that he sent forth as winds?
It's not what it says. It's saying it's the 7 eyes and the 7 horns on the land, or the 7 lamps of fire burning before his throne.
Yeah, are they going to be those 7 that are going to be sent out like winds?
Why can't there be 7 messengers standing beside each of the lamps? Why does it have to be the winds?
Because there's those that are each messenger has a gift. Are these the 7 that are of the winds?
Go ahead, Ted. Go ahead, Ted.
I just wanted to whenever we see horns, generally, like especially in Daniel, I've always thought of it as nations or reigns that he talks about. I don't know about the eyes, but the horns brings to mind those nations. I'm garbled, I think.
Not real bad. Am I garbly? Well, I'll tell you, mine is.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I don't.
I was kind of thinking maybe the 7 winds could be seraphim, maybe.
Yeah, messengers.
Can you hear me now?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So here, look. Obviously, now we're going. Yahukanan is between a rock and a hard place here, okay? Because he's seeing things, he's beginning to be shown things he doesn't understand and doesn't know how to explain because he doesn't have the words for it. So he's kind of stuck using the words known to him and the Hebrew idioms known to him. And so he's using these things to describe things that he doesn't have any clue about. Okay, so when we see 7 lamps of fire, 7 winds, 7 eyes, 7 horns, 7 winds. Okay, what there's different things like there's horns and there's eyes and there's winds, right? And there's 7 lamps of fire, okay, and 7 winds. And so what is he saying here? Remember what he's seen. Put it in context to what he has seen. He has seen heaven, and he has seen a throne, and he has seen the one sitting on the throne. And he has seen 24 thrones with 24 elders sitting around the throne. He has seen other things. He's getting a vision of heaven up here as Yahusha allows him to see it. He's opening up the door and allowing him to see from the physical realm into the spiritual dimension. So what could all these things be applying to?
The kingdom to come or his wrath?
Okay, out of the throne came lightnings, thunders, and voices. So what are you all thinking? What's he trying to describe to us here, and he lacks words to do so?
I'm thinking, I don't know.
Okay. When you see the number 7, okay, it's the perfect number, Hebrew. It's the number of perfection. It's the number of completion. Okay. And so this then could only describe the work of the Ruach HaKodesh. All right. So if you apply that to this vision and what Yehukanan is trying to express here, he's trying to tell us that the one sitting on the throne is omnipotent, omnipotent, and omniscient. He sees all, he's everywhere, and he knows all. That's what he's trying to tell you using these Hebrew idioms. It's why there's 7 horns. Salvation, horns are a symbol of salvation, of power to deliver, right? Eyes, he knows everything. He sees everything. He knows everything. And the 7 winds of Yahuwah sent out to all the world means he's omnipotent. Okay, so this is proclaiming the greatness of Yahuwah and what's going on. That's why he said there came to the throne, there came out lightnings, thunders, and voices. In other words, he knows everything. He's all powerful and he's everywhere. Great power is coming out of that throne. Look at it this way.
That just makes too much sense now, Mark.
Let's just look at it like this. Look at back over to 5:6. And I looked and I saw in the midst of the throne and the 4 living creatures and in the midst of the elders, a lamb standing. Okay, so we all know that lamb has to be Yahusha, right? Standing as having been slain. So here we have a lamb that's been slain, but standing on its feet. Is that possible? No. Having 7 horns and 7 eyes. Does a lamb have 7 eyes and 7 horns? I've never seen one. Maybe if they come out of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster area, they might have 7 horns and 7 eyes, but I haven't never seen one. Okay. which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah sent out into all the world. So how can 7 horns and 7 eyes on the lamb be the 7 winds of Yahuwah sent out into all the world? And we're not seeing that. See what I'm saying? So what's this mean then? These are idioms, metaphors. This is Yahukanan trying to express what he's seen to us using the words that he has available to him in his language, the idioms of the Hebrew language. All right, because we all know that there ain't no lamb that has 7 horns and 7 eyes. So what's that telling us? It's telling us that the lamb is Yahuwah, and he's all powerful, all knowing, and all seeing. Any comments on that? Okay, so let's jump back over to where we were at in 4:5. And out of the throne came lightnings, thunders, and voices, great power, and 7 lamps of fire were burning before the throne, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah. He's omnipotent, man. He sees all, he knows all, and he's everywhere at once all the time. Okay? Any questions? All right, Phyllis, let's continue on then.
Can I just?
What's that?
I just I had noticed we kind of skipped over, and there was a rainbow around the throne like an emerald in appearance. To discuss what that rainbow, I thought it was interesting because the rainbow was the covenant that was made. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and there was a rainbow around the throne like an emerald in appearance. What's an emerald look like?
I believe it's green.
It's green. So this is a green rainbow. So why would there be a green rainbow? What's the significance of that?
I'm unless he's describing, because like an emerald, when you put it into light, has, I don't know if you've seen that when they do with stones, but it has a rainbow through it, and it's like glass.
Yeah, but what's the purpose of it being green? The rainbows are multicolor.
I think it's using the emerald as a description of the rainbow, like looking through, and but I just thought it was interesting because of the rainbow was the covenant.
What's Yahuwah's favorite color?
Love.
What's Yahuwah's favorite color?
I'm going to guess he doesn't have one. All of them.
Look around at his creation.
Mm-hmm.
What's the dominant color on this planet?
Green.
Green.
I'd say Yahuwah's favorite color is green. So they may be why the throne around his, the rainbow around his throne is green.
It's life.
This is Yahuwah's green earth, man. He made it this way. I think he's got a favorite color, and it's green. That's just my guess why that rainbow is green. Other than that, I could never figure out why the rainbow around his throne is green, but it is like emerald. I'd say because it's his favorite color. Is that too simple, elementary? I don't see why it has to be. I think it's common sense. Look at his creation. It sure is a lot of green out there.
Couldn't it also be like blue? Because the sky is all blue.
Oh, the water's blue, the sky's blue. You know, he could pretty much like blue as well. He likes blue and green. I'll give him that much. And that's, you know, I'm thinking maybe this jasper could be bluish, but I'm not sure.
He's saying it's multicolored, like a rainbow.
Yeah, it can be any color.
Yeah, multicolored.
And so he definitely likes blue and green. No doubt about that. Here, Lou, put this up here. Jasper is a opal.
Opaque.
Opal Q.
Opaque.
Opaque. solid or patterned variety of crystalline quartz. So it could be any color, but it's got a clear looking,
Right.
you know what I mean? It's kind of colored crystal like, I guess.
Right.
would be
It
the way
casts
to-
color.
And what's the applique? What is that? Like a teardrop shape or something?
It's not actually the shape. It's like when when they take those stones out of rocks and they crack them open and
Yeah.
see how shiny they are, like glass. That is
Uh-huh.
what they're talking about when you have just the stone
Okay.
and you look through it and it casts color. It casts, like a rainbow. It casts, different multitude of colors.
Yeah.
Opaque means you can't see through it. So it's a solid color.
Oh, okay.
Well, all the ones that I looked up.
Or a pattern would be kind of like calico. It's got different colors, color patterns in it. Yeah, you can't see through it. I'm looking at them right now.
Okay, so that is jasper and this one is emerald.
Yeah. They come in a lot of different colors, man. There's a guy standing here, and I just looked it up. It's got a handful of them, and they're all different colors.
Right. The emerald is different than the jasper.
Blues in there. There's greens, a lot of greens, a lot of blues, some browns, some yellows, and multicolored. You know what I'm saying? Like a pattern of colors in there. So it could be any of that. Interesting, huh? Okay, so no doubt, his favorite colors are blue and green. Okay, for sure. That's all I really know what to say about that, Toria. I mean, I don't see any more significance in it than that. I've really thought about that quite a bit, and I thought, yeah, maybe this is Noah's covenant, and reminding him of the covenant with Noah, but why isn't it multicolored then? It's not. It's emerald. So interesting question. I don't know if we can answer that one, but it could be as simple as it's one of his favorite colors. All right. Anything else? We continue on then, Phyllis.
Verse 6. And before the throne there was a sea of glass like crystal. And in the midst of the throne and around the throne were 4 living creatures, covered with eyes in front and in back. And the first living creature was like a lion, and the second living creature like a calf, and the third living creature had a face like a man, and the fourth living creature was like a flying eagle. And the 4 living creatures, each having 6 wings, were covered with eyes around and within, and they do not cease, Yom or Lila, saying, Kodesh, 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 Yahuwah al Shaddai, who was and who is coming.
Okay, hang on. So, wow, man, this is really wild here. Before the throne was a sea of glass like crystal in the midst of the throne, and around the throne, in the midst of the throne and around the throne were 4 living creatures, covered with eyes in front and back. This is the same description that we get in Ezekiel. When Ezekiel saw the throne of Yahuwah, he also mentions these 4 living creatures, and even mentions wheels with eyes all in the rims of the wheels, man. And so, are these 4 living creatures making up the throne of Yahuwah? Are they the throne of Yahuwah? Go ahead, Tad.
The only difference, there is a slight difference in his description. The 4 living creatures in Ezekiel only had 4 wings, where he says these have 6.
Where's that at in Ezekiel?
Chapter 1, verse 5.
Yeah, okay, let's look at that. If I can find Ezekiel. Okay, verse 5, huh? And I looked and I saw a whirlwind coming out of the north, a great cloud with fire flashing itself, and brightness was all around. And out of its midst, like glowing metal, out of the midst of the fire, and out of the midst of it came what looked like 4 living creatures. And there was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and each one had 4 faces, and each one had 4 wings. And their feet were straight feet, and soles of their feet were like soles of a calf. Okay. And so then we go back over here, then it says, and looked at, let's go, where were we at on that? Oh, here's
verse 8.
And the first living creature was like a lion. Second was like a calf. Third was like a face of a man. The fourth was creatures. 4 living creatures, each having 6 wings, having covered with eyes around and within, and they do not cease day and night. Yeah, so there is a different description here. And each one had 4 faces and wings. Their wings touched one another. They did not turn when they went, but each one went straight. In the likeness of the faces, the face of a man, and each of the 4 had the face of a lion on the right side, and each had 4 had a face of an ox on the left, and each of the 4 had the face of an eagle. Their wings were spread out. 2 of each touched one another, and 2 covered their bodies. Each one went straight forward. Boy, it sounds like the exact same description. Over here at 16 or 14, and the living creatures ran back and forth like the appearance of a flash of lightning. And I looked at the living creatures and saw a wheel on the arets beside each living creature with its 4 faces. Here they're saying they all have 4 faces. The appearance of the wheels and their works was like the appearance of beryl, and all 4 had the same form. The appearance of their works was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. When they went into one direction, any one of 4 directions. They did not turn aside when they went. And their rims were high and awesome, and their rims were covered with eyes all around the 4 of them. So eyes all over the rims. Okay, so is this the same creatures? Did Ezekiel or did Yehukanan mistaken them for having 4 wings? Or are these totally different? Go ahead, Ted.
I'm going to just take a shot and say, I think they're the same. Now that we read the both, I mean, they're so close, and it describes the eagles and the lion. I think he's human. He's in such awe of what he might have mistakenly wrote or saw 6 wings instead of 4 and wrote it down wrong. Who knows? I mean, he is human.
Yeah, it just seems so close. And the only difference is are the wheels with eyes all over them. And this is what gets me. And in the midst of the throne and around the throne, see what I'm saying? So it's the same thing as Ezekiel saw. It's just part of Yahuwah's throne. They're part of his throne. It's kind of strange, isn't it? It could be a translational error, possibly. Maybe way back when somebody messed up and wrote 6 instead of 4 here. Maybe it's not Yehukanan's fault. You know, who knows? Maybe he miscounted. It's hard to say, but boy, it sure seems like it's the same 4 living creatures to me. One little slight error. I don't know if we can use that and say, oh, these are different. There's 4 around the throne, and these other 4, you know, out there in the mist somewhere. But the thing of it is, both of them put these 4 living creatures in the midst of the throne and around the throne, going, you know, everywhere Yahuwah goes. So I don't know.
I have to agree with you, Mark. That I think they're the same, just a mistranslation or something. You know, just a slight mistake.
Some kind of slight mistake there. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was thinking maybe, you know, how sometimes animals can fold their wings or their legs are up and make it look like their body. They could have just had one set of wings just folded down and might not have counted them.
Yeah,
And I wanted to make a comment if I could. This is really, I'm going way out on a limb here, so y'all just shoot me down if you want to, but I'm seeing all of this from the time he said he's in the Ruach, and we were talking about, is that the future, is that the past, is that present? In the Ruach I just suddenly thought of it being like another dimension, and these beasts are going, it said that they're going in and out of the in the midst of the throne and around the throne. So I'm almost seeing these beasts like they're coming in and out of dimension, actually passing through the throne, because it's I don't think it's solid like rock and stone here on the earth. I think it's mesh. I can't explain it, but anyway, I think it's a dimensional, I think it's a spiritual thing that we can't put a quality on like we would for physical.
That's you brought up a very interesting point, that being in the Ruach is being in a spiritual dimension, in another totally different dimension. The day of Yahuwah happens on this earth in our dimension. See what I'm saying? So maybe on the day of Yahuwah, he was in the physical dimension, in our dimension, but in the Ruach would be going into another dimension. And what I'm saying is, heaven's in the spiritual dimension, but the earth is not. So would he not be taken physically into our existence? He could survive in our physical dimension, the day of Yahuwah. Okay, so he had to be taken into spirit, into the spiritual dimension, just like we walk in spirit and truth, in order to survive in that spiritual dimension, because flesh and blood wouldn't be able to live there. You brought up a really good point there, as far as that goes. I mean, that could really kind of solidate what we were thinking in a way. Go ahead, Toria.
I was just going to say, I'm so glad she said that, because that's what I've been thinking, because not everything is a physical, you know, we're thinking there's literally eyes upon this thing and there's wings, but like she said, is it spiritual? Because what we see may not be the same as what somebody else sees. So if it had that many eyes within and without, it sees in different dimensions. It's able to see what we cannot see, whether it's in this dimension, that dimension. It has the accessibility upon it to do all these things. With the wings, it could maybe get them from one thing to the other. It's just a word that was used to describe what it was able to do.
Okay, so I got a question for you. Is it possible then, since these 4 living creatures, do seem to possess omnipotence, okay, could this be describing that Yahuwah is everything?
Oh, yes.
Is that maybe this is what this is saying? The one on the throne is everything. He's all the animals. He's the people. He sees everywhere. He's because the omniscience is the characteristic of Yahuwah, and only Yahuwah has that. There's no other creature that knows everything and has all power and authority and knows everything.
But
Only Yahuwah.
these here though, it's showing a limit. They only have 6 wings, and they only have so many eyes. So
Yeah, they don't have 7.
right. So it's
Got eyes all over the place.
right.
Even under the wings, around the rims are full of eyes. So obviously, like you're saying, it does look like they're omnipotent. They have omnipotence, you know.
To a certain extent, not the full
Maybe
extent of Yahuwah.
Yeah, to a limited extent, maybe, but not to the full extent of omnipotence pertaining to Yahuwah.
Right. It's kind of like
Eyes are still limited to a certain point, right? That's
right.
that's a good point, Toria. I never really thought of that, but that's an excellent point.
Because I think of the grasshoppers. He said, they were the people were as small as grasshoppers because that's all he could think of, was the grasshoppers, the size difference.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that these things were used. I mean their vision was multi.
They were covered with eyes around and within. Wow.
So that to me, that's not only can they see things physical in their different realms, but within they could see also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, within their own dimension, they can see everything. Yeah, I mean, this is very powerful stuff. Go ahead, Mom, Marianne.
Is it possible that what he's seeing is the future of all the tools and airplanes and stuff that are coming about? Like the helicopters, the planes, all, by the time things get here, who knows what they're going to look like with all the eyes? That could be most anything.
Airplanes have many windows inside and out.
And wings. And they could, yeah.
I think as we continue through the book of Revelations, that's going to apply for sure. I don't believe it applies right here at this passage. Because why? Because he's seeing through the door into the heaven. It says, and even on the earth. So there's no planes and helicopters in the Shemayim. At least I don't think there would be, So I don't think it applies now, but it is going to later. You'll see that as we get deeper into Revelations. It's definitely going to apply. Go ahead, Josh. How you doing, man? Can't hear you, brother. Can't hear you. We can't hear you. Turn on your mic. Turn on your mic.
I had it muted. All right. I was going to say that I'm usually in the chat, but you guys can't see me. So anyway, for whatever reason, it doesn't show me as in the chat ever. I don't know why, but anyhow, I wanted to comment on the throne aspect. It says that I know I'm going a little bit backwards here, back to the throne, but I thought it was interesting that it was an emerald and that a rainbow. You took it as a green rainbow, which it could be, I guess. But like what Toria was saying, like I think it also could be the light from the emerald. And it's just interesting when you watch The Wizard of Oz, they talk about the Emerald City, right? And like that's where the person who runs the whole show is from, right? That's what they depict, the guy behind the curtain. And I just think that the throne is what, through the emerald is what maybe this carbon copy world is projected through. So that's why it's his throne, because that's where this reality is projected from, the emerald and light going through. But, just a thought. I just thought it was an interesting parallel with The Wizard of Oz and the Emerald City, and how it's like this glistening place, and the man behind the curtain lives there and controls everything from there. So it was just that's all I wanted to say, really. Nothing else.
Well, that's an interesting concept for sure, man. I didn't even think about that. So yeah, very, very cool. Anybody else got any thoughts on that?
Can you see the stone that I put up that I took up on the internet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay, so that is an emerald. All emeralds are clear stones, and it's projecting through the light a rainbow.
Yeah. When you project light through an emerald, it produces
A rainbow.
right? And a lot of I guess it's just an interesting parallel that our reality is made up of all these colors of the rainbow, right? So
We're a multi-diverse people.
right. So all right, you guys have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
He didn't need to leave.
I was thinking the same thing. You can stay.
I want to show you something. Now, we're not supposed to do this. I'm kind of hesitant to show you this, but I've seen it before. And it's what we just read. Somebody painted a portrait of it with, the vision and put it on paper according to what was just said. And it's kind of interesting. So let's look at it just briefly. I don't want anybody freaking out on this now.
Why did you say we're not supposed to do this?
Hang on a second. I might not be able to do it anyway. Hang on.
I don't know if you know it, but your camera's off, Brother Mark.
Yeah, I know the camera's off. I just gotta hang on a minute. I've seen this before.
Yeah, I believe I have too. I think I know what you're talking about. It almost looks like a machine.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me see if I got it here now. I had to transfer it over to be able to do this. Let me see if I can do it. Since he brought that up. Yeah, here it is. That doesn't look like it's going to let me. Oh, here it is. I don't know. I don't think it's going to allow me to do anything with it.
Well,
Must be it.
You said you weren't supposed to.
Yeah, that's true. It may be a protected, may have a copyright on it or something because it's acting really strange. All right, so we'll just skip that. That's not going to get us anywhere. Okay. All right, so let's just move on from there. I can't get it to work. It must be copyrighted or something. All right. So it was just showing what we were just describing here is all it was. Okay. Anybody else? Well, I just said, we shouldn't do it because I don't think you're supposed to make an image of anything in the Shemayim or anything below, right? And then they got in trouble for trying to make an image of Yahuwah and made him look like a golden calf, But this is just a painting of what it describes in 4 here. So it's I don't think there was anything wrong with it, but it doesn't matter because I can't get it to come up anyway. All right, anybody got any more questions or thing about this? These 4 living creatures? Amazing, they do not cease day and night saying, Kadesh, 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 Yahuwah Al Shaddai, who was, who is, and who is coming. Isn't that amazing? So who is coming?
Yahusha.
Yeah. Okay, Phyllis, let's go ahead and continue on.
Okay, verse 9. And when the living creatures give esteem and respect and thanks to him who sits on the throne, who lives forever and ever, the 24 elders fall down before him who sits on the throne and bow before him who lives forever and ever. And they cast their crowns before the throne, saying, You are worthy, Yahuwah, to receive esteem and respect and power, for you have created all, and because of your desire they are and were created.
Okay, so according to the 24 elders, then, who's the creator?
Yahusha.
No, they're saying Yahuwah.
Yeah, from the beginning.
You are worthy, Yahuwah. By the way, who was, who is, and who is coming defines the name Yahuwah, the definition of the name of Yahuwah. Okay,
You
so
know, we can
that's
also
all.
see in Colossians 1 that Yahusha created everything for him.
It's the same name.
Yeah, it's the same name, yeah. Just a different role, yeah.
Okay, so where it says here, and bowed before him who lives forever and ever, and they cast their thrones before the throne. So he who lives forever and ever, if we go back to Revelations 1, 18, it says, and the living one, and I became dead, and see, I am living forever and ever. Amen. I possess the keys of the grave and of death. So this is most definitely speaking of Yahusha. It says, because, and I became dead. So we know that the Lamb died. Yahuwah did not die, right? And see, I'm living forever and ever, because now he's no longer flesh. He's a body of light again, back the way he was, right? So, and then back over here, it says, and bow before him who lives forever and ever. So this has to be who sitting on the throne then? Who is it that's sitting on the throne they're bowing down to? And cast their crowns before him. It has to be Yahusha, right? Yahusha's on that throne. And it's because it's the body of Yahuwah. He's in his body, man. And in this particular passage here, they're seeing the Lamb, Yahusha, in the form of a man. It looks like he did when he walked the earth, right?
It has to be Yahuwah. They're not allowed to worship anybody else.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a good point. Yahusha has to be Yahuwah, because they wouldn't bow down and worship anyone else. That's a good point, Phyllis. Go ahead, Toria.
I was going to say, I'm really interested in the verse that says, and they cast their crowns before the throne, saying, You are worthy, Yahuwah. What's interesting is they cast their crowns. So crowns are given. So it's the only reason why we have crowns is because not only did we believe and serve, and we, earned those crowns, but without our Messiah, our crowns are nothing. So they give him obeisance, letting him know that I'm going to cast these because it's you who are these crowns are for, not for us. I just thought that was pretty interesting. Who are we to take those crowns?
Well, crown of life, crown of righteousness, there's different mentions of crowns. So I don't really know if they're physical crowns or not. I think it's more of a metaphor, But in this case, there would be physical crowns. So these 24 elders, man, they're like casting their crowns out at the feet of you, the one sitting on the throne, man, saying we're not even worthy to wear this
Right.
crown, although he's the one that gave them the crown for sure. Go ahead, Ted.
Just a comment and to clear something up just a little bit. Going back to what Brother Draz was talking about, that Yahusha created everything. Both in Yehukanan 1 and Colossians, it says that through him everything was created.
Yeah, through his body, the firstborn
Right.
of all creation.
There's a slight difference there. I just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah. I mean, so if he's in his body creating, it's his body, it's still him, isn't it? That's like if you're in your body and you're making something, creating something, say painting something or whatever, it's still you doing it. You can't say, "Oh, it's my spirit doing it," or "It's my body doing it." It's you doing it, right? So yeah, so he created through his body for whatever reason he wanted to. Did he have to? No, but he created a body so that his creatures could see him, and he decided to go ahead and dwell in his body or inhabit his body while he created. Maybe he wanted to speak out of his mouth, out of a mouth like a human type situation. For whatever reason, he wanted to do it. At that particular point, I don't believe it was flesh. I believe it was a body of light, which we saw at the transfiguration on the Mount of Olives, and probably the same body that Adam and Kua saw, probably the same body Moses saw, the Levites saw, Samson's parents saw. He's probably all saw the body of light. I don't think anybody saw his body of flesh because he didn't transform his body of light into a body of flesh until the incarnation. That's
because in Scripture, Yahushua says, "I am the light of the world," and then First John chapter 1 it says, "And we know that Yahuwah is light." And Yahushua is also the light of men, which enlightens every man that comes into the world.
which is life.
Yeah, exactly. There was actually I saw like yesterday on Twitter. It was kind of like a Twitter something that when a seed comes into the womb, it kind of creates light. It was so beautiful.
Yeah, I think we lost Phyllis.
I don't know if you saw that before, but it was definitely beautiful. When the seed enters the womb, it comes this light, which is life.
I don't think I've ever saw that.
It was some kind of like in my microscope or something. I'm not quite sure, but it was great.
Yeah. Okay. Any comments or questions or anything on chapter 4 up to this point?
I just want to add, there are these Catholics. I don't know which revelation it is, but it says that they say something that the saints are in the heaven or something like that, praying for people or something like that. I don't know which chapter it is exactly. I don't like 16 maybe, or they kind of they kind of take that as proving that the set apart ones are in heaven with Yahusha.
Well, they can say all they want, dude. I don't mean we have to listen to them.
Yeah, it's kind of sometimes for me really hard to kind of say otherwise, but I don't know. I kind of always think
I wouldn't get so hung up or on what they do. I mean, that's we're not even supposed to learn their ways or even mention the name of their mighty ones or learn their ways. It don't really matter what they say. They're going to have to answer for every word comes out of their mouth.
For example, they take Revelation 12 as Mary.
Every word that comes out of their
like
mouth.
woman is a man. Yeah. But we know that in
Yeah.
Revelation 12 it's actually Israel who's a woman. And her remnants are the Nazarene. The
Yeah,
branches.
that sounds to me like the winds, every wind of man's teachings.
Yeah, just like we can see in 2 Peter chapter 2 that false teachers will be condemned. Just like Yahusha says that
Let's stay on topic here if we can. Who wants to read chapter 5? Let's go into chapter 5. Tad, go ahead.
Okay. And I saw in the right hand of him who sat on the throne a scroll written inside and on the back, having been sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a powerful messenger proclaiming with a loud voice, "Who is worthy to open the scroll and to loosen its seals?" And no one in the heaven or on the arets or under the arets was able to open the scroll or to look at it. And I wept much, because no one was found worthy to open and read the scroll or to look at it. And one of the elders said to me, "Do not weep. See, the Lion of the tribe of Yehudah, the offshoot of Daud, overcame to open the scroll and to loosen its 7 seals."
Okay, hang on a minute. All right, so and no one in the heaven or on the arets was under the arets was able to open the scroll or even to look at it. And so and what do you suppose that is contained within this scroll? Is this the scroll of life? What scroll is this? So it was on the right. It was in the right hand of him who sat on the throne. And it was written inside and on the back, both sides, and sealed with 7 seals. So what do you suppose was in this scroll? Go ahead, Ted.
I think at this point of chapter 5 that we don't, it would just be a guess. We'd have to probably read on to find out. But if you stop right where we're at, I have no clue what would be in that scroll. Just
So
from what we've read.
No one was even allowed to even look at it. They weren't allowed to touch it or even look at it. Go ahead, Toria.
Okay, I know this is the introduction of the seals, but it says, "I saw in the right hand of him." So Yahusha was the right hand of him, correct? So
Right.
he's holding the scroll, written inside on the back and the front, having seen sealed with 7 seals.
Right. So Yahusha in the body of light of Yahuwah is sitting on the throne. There's no doubt about that. And then it says that he is the only one that overcame in order to open the scroll and to loosen its 7 seals. Okay. So it's important that we understand that this is Yahuwah in his body of light sitting on this throne, holding the power of everything that's written in this scroll. So this must be the plan of Yahuwah. He planned it. He's doing it. He's delighting in it. This must be what he created. It's the entire existence of his creation in this scroll. Must be. So it's almost like the blueprint, Yahuwah's blueprint, isn't it? Wouldn't you say? It's like it's holding his blueprint and he unfolds it. Interestingly, it goes into the right hand of him sitting on the throne, which would be Yahuwah, or Yahusha. So it's in his hand, which means what? This is the blueprint pertaining to the deliverer, the role of the deliverer. So this would then speak about the deliverer. It would reveal the deliverer. It would give us everything we need to know about the Lamb. All right? Because it's in his hand. Amazingly, there's 7 seals, which means he's holding the power, right? The power of the future. It's all written down. He's planned it all. He knows everything about the future.
And number 7 means like perfection, right?
Yeah, perfection and completion.
Yeah.
So this would be the perfected and complete work of the Ruach HaKodesh, playing the roles of the deliverer, the Father, and the Son. Go ahead, Ted.
Just a thought. So would each seal being represent like each millennium, and he opens them? Here's the first millennium, second, all the way to the 7th.
I mean, it could be, but I don't think it's I don't think it's a blueprint from day 1 till year 6,000 or 7,000. I think it's a blueprint pertaining to the work of the deliverer, and that would be his first coming and his second coming, and even millennium reign to the end of the age would be in this scroll, because we all know, because we've read it before, that Revelations definitely talks about World War III and the tribulation years and Armageddon and the return of Yahushua. So this scroll is going from his first coming to his second coming, which ends, the 6th day. And then the 7th day goes in the millennium reign, and that's in there too. So we know that scroll, that's what the scroll is. Okay. And so it would be like a story, would it not be? Would it not be like a story? Yes, it would. So as he begins to open up this scroll with the 7 seals, this is the long story of the time between the first coming and the second coming of Yahushua, which is what? The latter days, the end times, the last 2 days, the last 2 millenniums is what's in this scroll. Okay, so when we get through the 7 seals, then obviously that's going to end the story. That's all that's written in that scroll, because it's of the scroll, the 7 seals, right? Then we're going to go into 7 messengers with 7 trumpets, and then we're going to go into the 7 bowls or vials, okay, which is the same exact revelation that we're going to be told in the 7 seals. It's the same story. But the 7 messengers, 7 trumpets is the medium story. The vials, the bowls is the short story. They all end at the same day, the second coming of Yahushua. And they all contain a little bit more information or less. The 7 messengers and the 7 trumpets has more words okay, and more events, more words, but it's a shorter story than the 7 seals. Why? Because the 7 seals begins at an earlier date and ends at the same event, second coming of Yahusha. The 7 trumpets begins at a later date, but ends at the same date, Day of Yahuwah. The bowls start at a much later date, but ends at the same event, second coming of Yahusha. So it's a shorter story. Okay, so we need to see that this scroll with the 7 seals is revealed to us as they're opened up. Okay, but it's only the long story that's leading from the time of his first coming to the time of his second coming, because the date it starts is much earlier than the other 2. Okay, so then that ends. He doesn't keep peeling off these seals and going into the trumpets and going into the bowls and into the signs and all this as he keeps opening these up. Okay, no, it's just for the seals. Then it begins, the trumpets starts the whole story over again. See what I mean? Starts it all over again, the same story, all over again. He's just going to give it to us in a different way, just like he does parables. Many times he'll give us a parable, and then you read another parable, and it's the same parable. He's just saying it in a different way. And that's exactly what we're going to find out as we read through Revelations. It's not in chronological order, and it does not telescope. We should be able to see that at the end of this study, we'll all be able to see that. It's very important. Revelation, really. Well, I thought we lost you there, Phyllis.
Thanks for having me back.
Were you listening as we were going through, or did you just totally lost us, or what?
My internet was off until just now, so I just heard your speech, but that's it.
Yeah, I was having that problem last night at the beginning. It kept losing internet connection for some reason. Okay, I went off on a little bit of a tangent, Phyllis. That's all, but that's normal. All right. Anybody else got anything beside up to this point? Let's continue on then, Ted.
Picking up at verse 6. And I looked and saw in the midst of the throne and of the 4 living creatures, and in the midst of the elders, a lamb standing, as having been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah, sent out into all the Eretz.
Okay, hang on.
I thought we'd read that.
What's that?
Mom said I thought we read that already. We kind of did.
Well, we did. Yeah, we did kind of jump over there.
Isn't that talking about Yahusha?
Yeah. So there's one Yahuwah described. His characteristics are being described here by the 7 horns and the 7 eyes and the 7 winds. This is what we were talking about. We can see that in a more detailed display if we go back over to Isaiah 11:2, where we were before last week, and that describes it all in more detail. And the one that's a person who serves Yahuwah, one of his, we could say, servants, would display the same type of personality or characteristics of Yahusha, as whether they walk in the true pattern. But I just want to make sure here that when it says, and in the midst of the elders, a lamb, and in the midst of the throne. So Yahuwah is sitting on the throne, but in the midst of the throne of the elders, a lamb was standing and been slain. 7 horns, 7 eyes, and 7 winds of Yahuwah sent out into all the world. So this is telling us that the lamb has the same exact characteristics of Yahuwah. So how is it? Here's the question now, because this is what they come up with. How is it then that Yahusha is sitting on the throne, which is Yahuwah in his body of light, and yet he's seeing a lamb standing in the midst of the throne and in the midst of the four living creatures? How is it? It sounds like a division, doesn't it? Go ahead, Toria.
I was going to say it's his omnipotence, as you say.
Yeah. So if he's actually seeing this vision of Yahusha sitting on the throne in his body of light, Yahuwah in his body of light, firstborn of all creation, and the lamb sitting there, could he materialize both his bodies at the same time, and let Yahukanan see that? Saying both of these are my bodies. I mean, what's going on here? Go ahead, Tad.
He could do that. He can do whatever he wants to. He can make you see or not see, but I think it's just like another parable, and I'm not sure what the difference is between parable and idiom. We'd have to go back, but I think it's just a different description, as saying that there's Yahusha sitting on the throne, and he's omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient.
Yeah, I think he go ahead, Phyllis.
Could the lamb standing there be like just like a symbol, an emblem of what has been done, a representation, so that, you know, Satan or evil or anybody that wants to come up against any of his people, there's this lamb having been slain, justifying us.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. It could also be metaphoric, to where John's trying to explain to us with the words that he has, that the Lamb is the one sitting on the throne, and the Lamb has all the power of Yahuwah, possesses all the power of Yahuwah, which proves that he's the one sitting on that throne. And there really isn't a lamb with 7 eyes and 7 horns standing there in the midst of the throne, because it doesn't sound like it, does it? First of all, if a lamb was slain, having been slain, he wouldn't be standing there. He'd be laying down on the floor bleeding, right, with wounds all over him. And second of all, a lamb doesn't have 7 horns and 7 eyes. So it could be that there really is no lamb standing there. It's just a metaphor letting us know that the body, the light that's sitting on the throne is the lamb, and he's Yahuwah. He's omnipotent, omniscient. You see that? Possibly it's not really real, because is there really a lamb with 7 eyes and 7 horns? Would he have really saw that? Probably not. This is probably more of a metaphoric, a way of him trying to explain to the readers, who is sitting on that throne, by using this metaphoric and all these idioms combined to try to explain what's happening up there. See that? Probably not really happening, man. It's just how he's trying to explain himself, what he's seeing. Go ahead, Toria.
I was thinking again what Phyllis said earlier about dimensions. I'm echoing.
Yeah, kind of. If you hold your face like toward the mic, you can do it, or toward your phone.
It's my phone.
Your phone. And see, now you're coming in clearer, at least for me.
I don't know why it's echoing now. Oh, it stopped echoing. Okay. I'm thinking about what you said about dimensions, because the eyes, again, the 7 kingdoms, you think of 7, there was 7 millenniums, and he is the king of all millenniums, because he conquered all Maybe that's the horns, the kingdoms, the 7 millennials that he. Just a thought.
Maybe on a deeper spiritual level of talking, we could probably go there. But really, the horns, as we read through here, we'll see that horns on the beast does represent kingdoms. But if we go back into the Tanakh, we see that horns is a symbol of salvation and strength. Okay. So, but here I think in this 7 horns, 7 eyes, and 7 winds, again, I think it's projecting his omnipotence, omniscience, and his omniscience.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking, because it's saying that it's this lamb that was slain having the 7 horns and 7 eyes, which means obviously he can go into any dimension and see all things. He is of Yahuwah, and he has conquered all things, obviously the 7 kingdoms or the 7 millennials, and having, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah. So he is of Yahuwah, and he is the one, maybe like I was thinking what Phyllis said, because it's it's a dimension. So yes, you could see him also taking that scroll. And
in the 7 millenniums is usually referred to as the 7 pillars. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I've seen that too.
So I think we don't want to go too far off here with this, but let me see that. Yeah, it looks like it might be in Proverbs 9:1 for you. Let's look at it. Proverbs 9:1. So Proverbs 9:1 says, "Wisdom has built her house. She has hewn out its 7 columns." So that could be, Lou's got the week, the 7 days of the week here, but that could easily be understood as the 7 days of creation.
I was just thinking because he's the conquering king for each, you know what I mean?
Well, which means the 7 millenniums, 7 days of creation represents the 7 millenniums. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So 7 columns or 7 pillars could apply there. Boy, there's another one. I wish I could think where it was now about that, which is really good. I just can't think where it's at right now. Probably won't be able to find it. I can't think where that's at, but it definitely is a really good reference for that. I don't know. I won't be able to find it. Yeah, like I say, we can go deep as we want to on that, or really far out there. But I'm trying to make this relate.
Could also the 7 horns be like a crown? The tips of a crown.
No, we need to see this. What we're trying to see here is that there's not 2 individuals up there. Okay, that we know the Lamb is on the throne and he's got the scroll in his right hand. Okay, so here he's saying in the midst of the elders and the throne and the 4 living creatures and the elders, there's a lamb standing, having been slain, with 7 horns, 7 eyes, which are 7 winds of Yahuwah, right? So Christianity, especially people in the literal mindset, will point to this and say this proves that Yahuwah is 2. You know, it's the one on the throne, Yahuwah, and the one standing next to the throne or in the midst of the elders is Yahusha, the Lamb. Okay, so it proves that he's two separate deities. See, this is what the false teaching is, especially in Christianity. So what we're trying to do is understand this and be able to explain this while maintaining the oneness of Yahuwah. Okay, that's where I'm trying to focus on here, because the Christianity goes to this a lot. See what I'm saying? And so the explanation for that is this is a metaphor. Okay, he's not really seeing a lamb standing there as as slain with 7 eyes and 7 horns. It's an idiom. It's a metaphor packed with idioms. So therefore, that tells me you can't break the only rule of idioms and metaphors, and that's in parables. That's that they don't mean what they say. So we're not allowed to take them literal. So they mean something else. So he's not standing there. This means something else. What does it mean? He's trying to explain the power in the Lamb is because he's Yahuwah, and he contains the same characteristics of Yahuwah: omnipotence, omniscience, and omniscience. See what I'm saying? This is what he's doing, because it has to mean something else. It can't be taken literal. It's an idiom. It's a metaphor. Number one, that's breaking the number one rule, if you will, of idioms. You cannot take them literal. But yet Christianity teaches that. Take the KJV literal, word for word. It says what it means what it says, but it doesn't. You're breaking the rule of an idiom and a metaphor if you do that. And you're going to get the wrong meaning out of it because it means something else. It doesn't mean what it's saying. See what I'm saying? So it's not that there's two here. It's not that Yahuwah is two. The Father and the Son are separate individual deities or whatnot. It's just a metaphor packed with idioms explaining to us that the Lamb is Yahuwah and he's sitting on the one throne. He's the one sitting on the one throne. We all on board with that? That's the big deal here. We need to understand. After we understand that, we can go out in the left field and go deeper with idioms, or the meaning of these things if you want to. But throughout scriptures, it gives us a pattern. Yes, the horns have several meanings that comes to my mind. Like I said, the horns represent kingdoms or sovereigns. As we continue deeper into Revelations, and backside of Revelations, we're going to get into that. Actually, the middle of Revelations. But in the Tanakh, it means salvation and strength. He's my horn of salvation, type thing like that.
Yeah, because there were horns on the altar.
Yeah, there were 4 horns on the altar, which I think were the 4 winds of Yahuwah, weren't they? The 4 horns on the altar. Doesn't it say they're the 4 winds of Yahuwah? Seems like something's clicking up there.
I was just thinking I did a study on the pomegranate. I don't know if you've ever done that.
Yeah, a long time ago.
The crown of the pomegranate has 7 horns on it.
Yeah. Yeah, the pomegranate does represents something. I studied that 10 years ago, man. I don't remember it, but I know what you're saying. I don't recall what it was all about. All right. Everybody on board with what I'm laying down here? Y'all picking up what I'm laying down? Because it's important, man. Christianity goes here a lot to try to prove that Yahuwah is 2. Y'all see that? Why they say that? And do you understand that that's not the case? This is huge, man. I don't want to move off of this unless all of you understand it. Is there anybody that don't? Okay. Let's move on then, Ted.
And he came and took the scroll out of the right hand of him sitting on the throne. And when he took the scroll, the 4 living creatures and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, each holding a harp and golden bowls filled with incense, which are the prayers of the Kodashim. And they sang a renewed song, saying, "You are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals, because you were slain and have redeemed us to Yahuwah by your blood out of every tribe and tongue and people and nation, and made us sovereigns and priests to our Yahuwah, and we shall reign upon the Eretz." And I looked, and I heard the voice of many Malachites.
Stop. Sorry, I had my mic on.
You're all garbled again, Mark.
Oh, boy. Can you hear me now? Boy, this StreamYard's something else. We're here where it says he came and took the scroll out of the right hand of him sitting on the throne. They point to that too. See, look, there are 2. He walked over and took so he wasn't the one holding the scroll. He took the scroll out of the hand of the one sitting on the throne. How do we explain that and maintain the oneness of Yahuwah? It's similar to how we explain the Lamb standing in the midst of the elders. Kind of the same thing. Go ahead, Toria.
I'm going to say we have to go back to his omnipotence. He can be anywhere at the same time.
I
Whether
think
it's
that the right hand means like authority, power. I mean, that's the idiom,
right hand is
isn't
the
it?
power.
Yeah.
It's like my own, your own parent. You would, your dad. He would use, take his right hand to help you. It's an idiom, I guess.
Yeah, so it's basically the same thing as the Lamb here, and he came and took the scroll out of the right hand of him sitting on the throne. Just means that he is Yahuwah. It is an idiom. It just is saying he's trying to explain to us that the Lamb is Yahuwah. He has all the same power and authority as Yahuwah because he is Yahuwah. That's why he's able to take the scroll from the right hand of Yahuwah, which means he is Yahuwah. He has all the power and the authority and all the characteristics of Yahuwah because he is Yahuwah. So it's trying to explain that the Lamb is Yahuwah here by using Hebrew idioms. And he continues to do so down here in 8. Go ahead, Toria.
I was going to say that I think it was Draws who said it earlier that it says that we are to bow down to no other. So again, they are bowing down to the Lamb, who is Yahuwah.
Right. Yeah, so they fell down, the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, each holding a harp and golden bowls filled with incense, which are the prayers of the Kadeshim. Do they actually have bowls filled with incense that are prayers? Or is this some type of idiom? Go ahead, Ted.
I believe it's an idiom because, it says bowls filled with incense, which are the prayers of the Kodashim. It explains.
Mhm.
So it's got to be an idiom. It's telling you, but it's telling you what the idiom means in this case.
Yeah. It's telling us that the prayers of the set apart ones is to the Lamb, and then so the Lamb has to be Yahuwah. Go ahead, Ted.
I believe, I don't remember where, but it describes the prayers of the Kodashim as being like a sweet smell.
Do you think that is literal, or do you think that's an idiom?
Idiom.
Yeah, it's an idiom representing the burning of fat, right? The sweet smell and fragrance. In other words, it's saying that your prayers is like an offering to Yahuwah. He accepts it as an offering to him.
You know,
Right.
if we go to, for example, in Christianity, they kind of say that only certain people whom they choose are actually saints, kodashim, right? But that's kind of incorrect, because if we live according to Yahuwah's will, then we are the kodashim, which is keeping the commandments of Yahuwah and witness of Yahusha. But you know what I'm trying to say is, in Christianity they kind of like pick and choose some kind of random guys, whatever, men, and say, oh, this is Saint whatever George or whatever. You see what I mean? Yeah.
It's mostly Catholics, isn't it, Draz? They
Yeah,
they name
Catholics,
saints after
Orthodox.
they're
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah, saying,
I
Catholics,
see what you
Orthodox.
mean, Brother Draz, but again, it's just every wind of men's teachings, and
But for me it was
you
just
shouldn't
kind of,
really go there.
but for me it was just kind of confusing, because at the end it says, favor of Yahusha be with you all, Kodesh, or be with the Kodeshim, amen, right? So that really got me thinking, like, wait, who are those Kodeshim? Because I didn't know back then, but now it kind of makes sense who it could be us, because we keep the commandments and witness.
Go ahead, Toria.
I was going to say also, to add to the incense and the sweet savor, it also says that our prayers are stored up. So they're stored up with him. Isn't it that the messengers hear our prayers and they bring them before him?
It also says he stores up our tears.
Yes.
So is this literal or is this idioms?
I think that all of who we are stored up within him. Maybe
Yeah.
it's another way of saying his bowls are like his hands. We filled them with our prayers and our tears.
Yeah. Well, he's got a super, what do they call that when somebody has a really good memory? What do they call that? Photographic memory. So maybe he's got a super duper photographic memory, and he remembers every tear that you shed being on this carbon copy world, all your miseries and everything,
Do you think maybe
I think he has a vial with catching all our tears and capping it off and keeping it up there. I think it's an idiom. Go ahead, Toria. Sorry.
No. I was thinking, because of our messengers are the ones that like deliver that message. Are they the ones storing up our prayers? They brought him before him to hear them, but are they the ones holding them?
Yeah, they may have photographic memories too. Maybe they continuously recite our prayer verbatim to Yahuwah. Who knows? I have to lean towards a lot of this is idioms, and it's Yehukanan struggling to articulate what he is seeing because of lack of words. Go ahead, Tad.
He absolutely has a photographic memory. If he knows every hair on your head, he knows everything, he definitely has a photographic memory. And I think he's just describing when you say like he collects our tears, he remembers your sadness and your grief.
Right.
Always will, always has.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good point, Tad. I like that.
I'd say he counted your tears, and he knows exactly how many tears that you'll shed in your lifetime before he ever created anything. That's how powerful he is. Now, we want to talk about the power of Yahuwah. Let's bust through our limitations of our mind, because we can't even comprehend it. All right. So, like I said, I think this is Yehukanan struggling here to articulate that Yahuwah has a body of light. His body of light was transformed into a body of flesh. It returned back to his body of light after he resurrected it and ascended back into the Shemaim, and is now sitting on he's sitting on his throne in his body of light, but is still the Lamb. Although the fleshly body died, it was resurrected and then given immortality, right? Transformed in immortality and went back up into the Shemaim. And I think John's trying to explain all that, and he's having a hard time doing it because of lack of words. That's why we're seeing all these Hebrew idioms just packed into this chapter. I mean, it's packed with Hebrew idioms. So you can imagine the number one rule, or the only rule of idioms, is they don't mean what they say. We can't take them literal. But yet Christianity teaches that we have to take every word in scriptures literal. Word by word literal. What it says it means and what it means it says. And how far misled are their congregations or assemblies if they follow the rule of Christianity? It says you have to take every single word in scriptures literal.
That's why they tell you to stay away from Revelations, because they have no clue.
You have no clue. How can they if they've taken idioms literal? It's like me saying, who let the cat out of the bag? And you read that and you say, okay, somebody came and put a cat in a bag, and somebody came and let it loose out of the bag. I mean, how far off are you from the real meaning of that idiom? You're way far off if you take it literal. That's why they're so far off on Revelations, man. Taking it literal. And it's busting the only rule that idioms have, not to take them literal, but yet they teach to take them literal. It's silliness. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Go ahead, Raul.
Unless Yahuwah removes the scales from their eyes, you can do all the explanation in the world, and they'll never understand this.
Now, they'll never get it unless they take a course on idioms.
or if Yahuwah wants them to see it.
If Yahuwah wants them to see it, right? Yeah, so idioms we can see now is a big stumbling block for most, because they're taking this literal. It makes them to believe Yahuwah is two, fire and the sun are individuals, and that's blasphemy. It's getting them in big trouble, but yet they don't understand it because they're taking it so literal. They'll fight you over it. They'll say, "Oh, you're out of your mind." It's obvious. He walked up, took the scroll out of the one sitting on the throne. It's obvious that there's Father and Son are individuals. There's two of them up there, and then they believe that so strongly, they'll punch you in your nose. You make them mad.
And they basically believe in two Elohim.
Yeah.
They say that the Father is Elohim, one, then there's the Son, and then there's the bird. Whatever,
Yeah,
they picture, kind of the bird. It's kind of weird.
Well, the problem with that is that they're shooting themselves in their own foot, because the whole idea behind that ideology of theirs is that then the Son is subordinate to the Father, and that subordination then blows their theory totally out of the water, because they say that the three are one and they're in total agreement. And so if the Son's subordinate to the Father, then that can't be true.
I think the reason they believe that, you know, Elohim is 3 in 1 is because 1 John 5:7, because they added that, because it's actually supposed to be like spirit, water, and the blood.
Yeah, but anybody that really matters, I'm talking about their leaders, you know, the smart people, they've long given that argument up. They don't even go there anymore.
Yeah, they don't understand what ahad means, oneness. Because he clearly says, I and my Father are one.
Yeah.
And then he explains, you know, if you don't believe me, believe the works that I do.
Okay, so idiom after idiom after idiom here, which implies that you can't, what it's saying it has to mean something else. It can't mean what it's saying here. Okay, so with that understanding, let's move on. Go ahead, Ted.
Okay. And I looked, and I heard the voice of many Malachim around the throne, and the living creatures, and the elders. And the number of them was myriads of myriads, and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, Worthy is the Lamb, having been slain, to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and respect and esteem and blessing.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, I forgot. I wanted to talk a little bit up here. And they sang a new song. You're worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals, because you were slain, and you have redeemed us to Yahuwah by your blood, which is what? We know it was the shed blood of the Ruach HaKodesh, out of every tribe, tongue, people, and nation, and made us sovereigns and priests to our Yahuwah. And when's that going to happen? When will we be made sovereigns and priests to our Yahuwah, and we shall reign upon the Eretz? When's that happen? Toria, go ahead.
The beginning of the 7th millennium.
Yeah, that's millennium reign. Okay, and so I looked and heard the voice of many Malachim around the throne, living creatures and elders, and a number of them, myriads of myriads and thousands of thousands. How much is that? Somebody put a figure on that. Go ahead, Ted.
It's so many zeros that you can't even count them. That's what it is.
Thousands is a million. Myriads of myriads has to be, a whole bunch. So,
more than the stones of the sea.
Yeah, 1,000 of thousands of what?
That's the Malachim, yeah. I looked at
the thousands and thousands includes the Malachim, the living creatures, and the elders.
All of them.
It's all of them combined, yeah.
Okay, so heard the voice of many Malachim around the throne, living creatures and elders. So these are what then? These would be the inhabitants of the heaven. And these would be spiritual beings. And there's no flesh here. So the elders have to be spiritual beings. The 4 creatures must be spiritual beings. The Malachim are spiritual beings, all in heaven that Yehukanan is seeing here. Go ahead, Ted.
Just wanted to point out that I believe that he's actually describing, this is not idioms. This is not metaphors. This is real when he's describing these beings.
Yeah, and that's a good point. So why is that? Why is he not using idioms here? And this is literal. Why? Go ahead, Ted.
Because he knows what he's seeing. He knows how to describe it.
Yeah, he knows how to describe it. So he's describing it because he has the words for it, right? So there's no use to use idioms. He's got the words for what he's seeing now, and what he's hearing, and what he's seeing, and he can, fairly easily explain it and articulate it. Correct? Okay. And here we go again, saying with a loud voice, worthy is the Lamb, having been slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and respect and esteem and blessings. So the body of Yahuwah was slain, and he receives back the way he was. Firstborn of all creation, Yahuwah's body of light, and he receives back the power, riches, and the wisdom, the strength, respect, esteem, and blessings that he gave up. Did he not empty himself and come down here as a man and gave everything up so that we could have those things in the eternal reign and be with him and have those things with him? That's why he gave them up, so we could be like him and have all the things that he has. You see that?
Yeah, the scripture literally says that he became in the he came in the likeness of men. But yet some people don't really understand it, even though it says who being in the form of Yahuwah, but did not consider to be the same as Yahuwah. But they don't really understand that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's continue on then. In verse 13, I think we left off at, right? Okay.
Yes, sir. And every creature which is in the heaven, and on the earths, and under the earths, and such as are in the sea, and all that are in them, I heard saying, to him sitting on the throne, and to the Lamb, be the blessing, and the respect, and the esteem, and the might, forever and ever.
Okay, stop. Okay, now this is a kind of an amazing verse here. Okay, because it's seen all of a sudden, he's not only seeing into the heaven, he seems to be he's seeing things on the arets and under the arets and in the sea and all that are in them. Everything that has breath and life, right? So this seems to be now he's getting some kind of a glimpse into possibly the eternal reign here. Okay. So when he says every creature which is in the heaven and on the arets and under the arets and such as are in the sea and all that are in them, he's talking about Malachim, the four creatures, the 24 elders, the millions and millions and billions of Malachim, humans, humanity, animals, fish, insects, everything. All the living creatures, man. Everywhere that Yahuwah made. This is what he's articulating right now. Go ahead, Ted.
He's saying that his entire creation, everything that he ever created, is giving praise to him. Because, even the stones will cry out. He created the stones too.
Yeah, and it says, I heard saying to him sitting on the throne, and to the Lamb, which is the same. It's not individuals, okay? The one sitting on the throne is the Lamb, okay? The one sitting on the throne is the body of light. To the Lamb is his fleshly body that died, but it's the same body. And to the Lamb be the blessing and the respect and the esteem and the might forever and ever. That all belongs to Yahuwah. But the amazing thing here in this verse is that the animals, the insects, the fish, everything that was ever created, his entire creation, is talking. You see that? The animals are talking. How amazing is this? They're all talking. Everything that he ever created is now has a voice and is talking. He says,
I mean, for example, if we speak to a dog or to a cat, they kind of understand, even though they don't speak. What
yeah,
we
but
speak.
they're speaking here.
Yeah.
So in this verse, they speak. So this tells me that this must be in the eternal reign. He's getting a glimpse into the eternal reign. So there's going to be animals in the eternal reign, man. Go ahead, Ted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that, again, is Yahuwah's arm too short to do anything? Remember the donkey with Balaam riding on the back of it. And Balaam couldn't see the Malachim, but the donkey could, and the donkey spoke to him, and he understood him, the donkey. So, yeah.
So can you imagine having a conversation with a grasshopper or a fish sticking his head up out of the water and talking to you? This is amazing revelation right here. Everybody seeing that? It's got to be the reign, man. This ain't going to happen in the millennium reign. There's no way. So it has to be in the eternal. He's got a glimpse of the eternal. He's given a glimpse of the eternal reign, and he's seeing all creation, every creature, talking and praising Yahuwah. That should be mind blowing. It is to me. So if you're ever wondering if you'll see your pet again, I would say, yeah. According to this passage, you not only see them, you'll be talking to them, having a conversation with them in the perfect lip, pure lip.
And Cujo will not be there.
Who's Cujo?
Oh my goodness, the movie?
A Stephen King creation.
Come on, Mark.
That Saint Bernard, that evil dog? I think it was a Saint Bernard.
Yeah. I remember that now. Yeah, I'm sure there's evil animals, but you know what? In my opinion, an evil animal is a possessed animal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it has a demon in it. That's why they'll attack you. Otherwise, they're not supposed to attack you because you're in the image of Yahuwah. They should be afraid of you. So any animal that would attack you, bite you, tear you up, or do you any harm is probably possessed by a demon. Demons can possess animals. You know, we have the example of the demons being thrown in, possessing those pigs, and they ran off the cliff. Okay. Yeah, mind-blowing. Very powerful stuff right there. Okay, go ahead, Ted. Let's finish that off then.
And the 4 living creatures said, Amen. And the 24 elders fell down and bowed before him who lives forever and ever.
Okay, who's the one that lives forever and ever?
Yahuwah.
Okay, so back to chapter 1. 17 and 18. And when I saw him, I fell at his feet as dead, and he placed his right hand on me, saying, Do not be afraid. I am the first and the last, and the living one. And I became dead, and see, I am living forever and ever. So who is he who lives forever and ever?
That's Yahusha.
Yeah, Yahusha. So his body is alive forevermore.
Because there cannot be two first and the last, right? I mean, they're not obviously separate. So, people kind of pretty messed that up.
It can't be two. Can't be
Now-
two bodies either. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mark. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to say that that verse 17 in chapter 1 to me is all you need. It explains it perfectly. You don't need anything else. It's telling you that Yahusha is Yahuwah.
Yeah, there can't be two bodies, and there can't be two blood sacrifices. Okay, there was only one blood sacrifice. It was the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh. But Yahusha tells us he shed his own blood. So we know that would if you take that literally, then that indicates that there were two blood sacrifices, and we know there was not. There's not two bodies. That's why when they mention the body of light sitting on the throne, which is the firstborn of all creation, and the Lamb, it's what he's trying to tell us here is Yahuwah transformed his body of light into flesh, but then he re-transformed it back into his body of light like it was originally. And so, yes, those both were his bodies, the spiritual body, the body of light, and the fleshly body, the Lamb, the one that had to shed the righteous blood, but they were both his body, but not at the same time. Never at the same time, just in their required role at the time he needed them to perform what they needed to perform. In his spiritual body, he created everything through it. In the body of flesh, he shed his blood for the forgiveness of sins. See what I'm saying? But he wasn't in both them bodies at the same time. He just changed them from spirit to flesh back to spirit. And that's all that's telling us. It's not telling us he has two bodies up there. He's got his spiritual body of light sitting on the throne. And then he's got his fleshly body up there walking around, dripping blood all over the place like it's slain and has 7 horns and 7 eyes in it. He's stumbling around like he's dead and slain. No way, man. He's never in the two bodies at one time. Anybody any questions on that? Okay, I'm going to stop it right there because from here on out, we have a lot to talk about. I mean, it's going to be deep. A lot of things, man. So we'll get into that next week, starting with the 7 seals, and go from there. Anybody got any comments or questions or anything at all up to this point? Go ahead, Ted.
No comments or questions. Mom and I are just going to cut out a little bit early here. We're going to go eat some lunch, and we just want to say thank you very much again, Mark. This was a wonderful study. We love you all. We love seeing you all every Shabbat. And have a blessed one.
Thank you, Dad. See y'all next week.
Yep.
Bye.
Me as well, everybody. Take care. Have a good day.
Bye, Phil.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okie dokie, y'all. Anybody got anything they want to talk about or bring up, or anything that jumped out at you in today's study that you were wondering about, didn't get a chance to mention?
I think it was pretty clear to me. I kind of read it many times, the Revelation. But there are some things that I don't, for example, don't really understand. There are some chapters I don't really know exactly which ones, but there are some few I don't really understand.
Yeah, well, we're gonna get it.
I think the more that I don't really understand is kind of like, I think Revelation 13 with the mark of the beast and Antichrist and bowing to the image and stuff like that.
Yeah,
there's also Second Thessalonians 2, which I am not quite sure what's really talking about. I'm not quite sure who's that lawless one is. It's gonna really hard for me to really know.
yeah, we'll get into all that. We got to take
Yeah,
it a little.
I think we can maybe use also Second Thessalonians 2 on that Revelation 13. I think it connects with it. I think.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
When it says that, he's sitting in the temple, proclaiming to be Yahuwah, it connects. Go ahead, Raul.
Could I get your opinion on the Ashkenazi Jews?
What do you mean?
You hear so much talk about them, and that they're like more descendants of they're more Canaanite than really Jew, and all this. Is that any truth to that, in your opinion?
Man, I have no idea really. Where are they located at?
The Ashkenazis,
Yes, that
they were,
Ashkenaz.
they were the ones who were migrated in by a king for money.
Yeah, I think they're like from Eastern Europe, correct,
Yeah,
Tori?
they're migrants. They're not even that's why Yahusha said to them that they were liars. He knew they weren't the tribe of Judah or Yehuda.
Kind of what they were talking to the 7 churches that we were talking about last week.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I had heard, and I just wanted to, kind of get another opinion on it.
Yeah, I did a pretty in-depth study way back on the Ashkenazi and where they came from, but they were migrated in. I can't remember the king's name, but they were migrated in, and it was for money.
There are also some stuff that that those Ashkenazi Jews kind of own a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, they own McDonald's, they own the TVs,
Like
they
Walt
own the radio
Disney and stuff.
stations.
I
Yeah.
think
They
that
kind of like
those
rule. They kind of like
the
rule the world in a way.
like the world banks,
Yes.
and it's weird the last 4 letters of their name.
Yeah.
Okay, here we got Chad saying first Colossians 3:23, and you belong to Mashiach. Mashiach belongs to Elohim. What do y'all think that means?
That they're one.
Can you repeat what you just said? I'm sorry.
I threw it up on the screen. And you belong
Oh.
to Mashiach. Mashiach belongs to Elohim.
I am in, he's like he said, Messiah even said that. I am of my Father in me, and I in you.
Yeah, so this would be, and you belong to Mashiach, meaning you're the body of Mashiach. You're his body. And Messiah belongs to Elohim, which means he's the body of Elohim. So like you said, all in all, we're going to be the body of Yahuwah, man, in eternal reign.
Mm-hmm.
That's why what it means. We're going to be sitting on the throne with him. We're not going to be all sitting on one throne on each other's laps, okay? We're going to be his body sitting on the throne.
That makes sense. And you belong to Mashiach, which we are his body, and the body belongs to Elohim. Mashiach.
Right.
Yeah, that's how I see it, and that makes sense.
Yeah, and that makes sense. That maintains his oneness. Everything can be explained
because
as long as
Yahusha says that they will be one as we are in John 17.
Yeah. And then this one here, and he put all under his feet and gave him to be head over all to the assembly, which is his body, the completeness of him who fills all in all.
Exactly.
This would be speaking of the end of the sonship role will no longer be needed as far as deliverer goes in the eternal reign. Yahuwah will be all in all. In other words, he's going to be in he's going to be the body of Mashiach, and we're going to make up. He's the body of Yahuwah, and we're going to be the body of Mashiach, which is all in all. We're all going to be Yahuwah because we're going to be his body, including the Mashiach. Okay, so he's going to keep his body. Okay, but he's going to build it together with all his bride, and together we're all going to be his body, one body, sitting on the one throne. Amazing.
I kind of want to say, because I was kind of working today on the Shabbat because I don't know, I'm kind of being too broke. But anyways, I was working today, and so I was thinking, isn't that really a sin? Or, I mean, if I was working today.
That's correct. Transgression of the law.
Yeah, I know. I kind of, I don't know. I kind of had to, I guess.
Donate the money.
I was kind of wondering, well, what should I do?
You're not supposed to work. Are they commanding you to work or fire you?
Yeah.
You shouldn't work, but that command is pointed at the people who has authority over the other people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
I do.
I mean, we can read it. Go ahead and go to it. Go to Deuteronomy. The one in Deuteronomy 5. It says, starting at 12, it says, before we do that, I just want to look at this last one here. He put up here. Here. You heard that I said to you, I'm going away and I am coming to you. If you did love me, you would have rejoiced that I said I am going to the Father, for my Father is greater than I. What's happening here? Anybody?
That's like meaning he's going to be back as a body of light.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to his Father. That means the complete and perfect work of the deliverer, the Ruach HaKodesh, is over. Okay, and so he goes back to his Father. That means we can obtain salvation now. Deliverance, you can obtain deliverance through the shed blood. Okay, and the Father is greater than I. He's speaking out of his human nature when he says that. He could do nothing. He knew nothing. He could say nothing. He could do nothing as a man. And his human side, his human nature could do nothing. All the signs, wonders, and miracles, and the salvation and everything, the shedding of that perfect blood, the Ruach HaKodesh's blood, all came by the Father. Okay, the Ruach HaKodesh plays both roles, the Father and the Son. He's playing both roles, not just the role of the Son. He plays both of those roles. So he just went back into being one, and he can continue doing his work of deliverance, saving his people, recounseling with his people, being the comforter. So he's moving on to bigger and better things, in other words, through the sacrifice of that lamb. But his body went back into being the body of light. Go ahead, Toria.
I was going to say, didn't he have to actually stand before the ultimate altar and put that blood on the altar?
Yeah, too, yeah. Not to mention the immensity, and infinity of Yahuwah, being greater than just occupying the body of flesh. He was still everywhere. He didn't have to go anywhere. This is just a literal. He's saying this literally so man's mind can understand it. Okay, when he says, I'm going to the Father. He didn't have to go nowhere, man. He just went back to being like he was before, the body of light, Yahuwah's body, the firstborn of all creation. He didn't have to go anywhere. He's already everywhere all at once. He doesn't have to leave one place to go another. He was just saying this to make people understand that he came as the Lamb, did the perfect work of the Ruach HaKodesh. Now he's done with that role, and he's going back into the body of light and doing other things, you know. But he didn't leave the earth to go back into the Shemayim to where his Father was. He's already here. He's everywhere. He's in everybody all at the same time. Always. He never.
No, I think when he said like I'm going to the Father, that kind of means that he's going back to the, at this, to the state where he was before. That doesn't really mean that he's going literally to the Father. That's kind of like an idiom in a way, because Yahuwah is actually omnipresent, and all of that. But what he means to say is that he's going to be at the state where he was before, just like he says in John chapter 6:62.
I'm going back to being the Father.
It's kind of like
he's going back to how he was before he was incarnated.
Yeah, just like he said in John chapter 6.
He's going to be his body, but returning back to the body of light, not of flesh. For the Father is greater than I. Speaking as the Son, as a human, of course, Yahuwah is greater than a human. I mean, in a lot of, we sit here and name off 100 ways that Yahuwah is greater than the fleshly lamb. I mean, for one thing, the lamb died. Yahuwah can't die. There's one way he's greater than the Son. But basically, he's done with the sonship role. He's going back and playing the role of the Father. He's continuing in the role of the Father. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
All right. I don't want to hang on that. What were we? Oh, yeah. So go ahead and turn to Deuteronomy 5 real quick.
Yeah. Isn't it 12 and verse 12 and 13?
What's that?
Isn't it verses?
Starts with 12.
Yeah, chapter 5, verse 12.
5:12. Guard Yom Shabbat to set it apart as Yahuwah your Elohim commanded you. 6 Yamim you labor. I notice here he's talking you labor and shall do all your work. But the 7th Yom is a Shabbat of Yahuwah your Elohim. You do no work. You nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your male servant, nor your female servant, nor your ox, nor your donkey, nor any of your cattle, nor your stranger who is within your gates, so that your male servant, and see, when you're working for someone, you're their servant. Okay, they're paying you, of course, but you're still theirs. I mean, he's got power. They got power and authority over you. Same as being in the military. People have power and authority over you. And your female servant rest as you do. And you shall remember that you were a slave. And it goes on. So if you listen very closely to what's being said, he's talking to the head of the household. Every head of the household or authority over anybody else, whether it be a military commander or a business owner, and you have authority over your workers, okay, or your soldiers, whatever, even your family and your animals, you're held responsible for you yourself keeping the Shabbat, but also everybody else under you keeping the Shabbat. It's your responsibility, and you'll be the one. If you make your daughters work, or your wife work, or your animals work, or your employees work, or your soldiers work, whatever, you're responsible. The one in charge is responsible for that sin, and that sin is going to be on your head. Okay. Now, if you don't have anything but yourself, and you're self-employed, and all you have is yourself, you're a sole proprietor. then you're responsible for yourself. Okay, and so if you violate Shabbat on your own account, then the sin is on your head. But if you're expanded and you hold authority over your wife, your children, your friends, your workers, your employees, your animals, and you cause them to violate Shabbat, and you won't allow them to rest, then their sin is on your head. Go ahead, Raul.
Valerie was trying to tell Draz that Lou has a letter that you can show your boss, if you have a boss, to try and convince him to let you not work on Shabbat.
You know, I think it says that's only for the U.S., right? Because I'm not quite sure. Like, is it for
It has to
everyone
do
or-
with belief. It has to do with belief. So
Oh, okay.
I don't know how where you're at, if they have what kind of laws they have for beliefs, but if you know it's about belief, it's not about a U.S. law.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, it's actually in our Constitution, Raul. You know what I mean? So they cannot violate your constitutional rights here in the United States. You know, so if you present proof of that's your religious practice or whatnot, they're not allowed to violate the First Amendment. Where Draz lives, they probably don't have that protection. So it would actually be with his boss would be totally, if he believes in Scripture and the Ten Commandments, then you would show him that and say, look, you know, I don't want to work. If you make me work, then that sin's going to be on your shoulders. So, well, if his boss believes in Yahuwah and all that, he may cooperate. If not, he would say, look, you work or you're fired. He has no recourse. He can't go get a lawyer and sue them for violation of the First Amendment, First Amendment, his constitutional rights. So, what do you say about that, Draz?
Where are you at, Draz?
Yeah, I'm living in Finland, of course. But you know, I don't really know. They don't really have any rules about the Shabbat.
Yeah. What's
Kinda
their
only have,
religious
like-
practices over there? Are they Catholic or what?
Well, it's mixed. You know, they're Protestants, Catholics, Orthodox, but mostly it's Protestants.
What's your boss?
Protestantism.
What's your boss?
Well, my boss?
Yeah, what's he believe in?
I don't really know. I never asked.
Oh. Yeah. So, yeah. So, like I said, just for your own sake, man, you can see where you're under the authority of your boss, but it's definitely up to you to explain that to him. And then if he says you have to do it and you don't care, then I would say, you know, you either make a stand and quit and go find a job that you don't have to work on the Shabbat, you know, or if not, if you're going to allow your boss to rule over you like that because you got a good job or whatever reason, then I say that your sin falls on him.
Yeah.
Because he's forcing you to do it.
I was kind of being
these commandments apply to every human, all mankind. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because it says that fear Yahuwah and guard his commands, for this is the duty of all mankind.
Right. All I'm saying is he doesn't have the protection we have through the Constitution. So it's a little bit of a different ball game there. But it is up to you, Draz. It is your responsibility to bring it up to him and try to explain it to him. Whether or not he cooperates or not, that's on him.
Yeah.
And then what your reaction to his action is up to you. Whatever you feel that Yahusha is leading you to do, man. You can try that letter Raul's talking about. It may help him understand that you're serious, you know, that you're not joking around or you're not trying to pull wool over his eyes, you know, that it's real and this is your real belief and your real religion. He may honor that. That may help you. You know what I mean? but you're not going. It's not going. You're not going to be protected by the Constitution of the United States. That's for sure. Go ahead, Raul.
Google says that Finland prohibits discrimination based on religion without an acceptable reason. Stipulates freedom of religion and conscience, including the right to profess and practice a religion.
Hey, it's again kind of, you know, your audio is kind of bad.
Mine is.
Yeah.
Drash,
Hey,
can you understand me now?
I didn't really hear it well. Can you repeat it?
Okay. It says that the Constitution of Finland prohibits discrimination based on religion without an acceptable reason. It stipulates freedom of religion, conscience, including the right to profess and practice a religion, to express one's conviction, and to be a member or decline to be a member of a religious community. So it seems that it has laws kind of like the ones here.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking that up on Google too. It says, yes, Finland has laws that protect the rights of religious minorities, including Jews. The Finnish Constitution guarantees freedom of religion and conscience, and the Non-Discrimination Act prohibits discrimination based on religion.
You know, I kind of like in my school, for example, you know, I just want to give one example, for example, you know, for example, if we have some food, in school, you know, they have, one is, for example, you know, some meat, whatever. If it, for example, like pig meat, then they have that. But they also have the other choice, which is kind of like vegan. So, for example, if they have, let's say, swine, then the other option would be, let's say, I don't know, maybe a different type, but it's kind of like, kind of like a vegan type.
Is it
It's not really
halal?
like, yeah, it's halal. It's not really like
that's for Muslims.
So the other option, if they have, for example, a swine, you don't have to, you have to do that. You can take the other option, which is really cool. In my school, they have two options. For example, if you don't, I for example don't eat swine, so I always pick the other option, which is really cool. I really like how it is in schools.
Yeah, what's nice about halal is that when you find products that say it, that means there's no pork in it.
Yeah. So I really like that system, how it is working here in Finland.
And also, people need to be careful. Just because it says kosher doesn't mean it just means it's been blessed. It doesn't really mean anything beyond that.
Exacto. Doesn't mean de que el animal fue matado, whatever.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. But I mean, that's really cool. I really like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, different laws, different countries, hard to decipher all that, but it does sound like maybe that paper that Lou has could help you out with your boss, man. I'd try it. Worth a shot.
I would just start out by letting them know that you're Hebrew and that you practice on Shabbat, and that you would prefer that you would have it off. If he says no, then it's on him.
Yeah.
He's the one that's going to have to stand before the Father for not allowing you to practice Shabbat.
I was kind of upset a little bit, but I was like, damn.
That means you're being convicted of it.
Yeah.
What do you?
My friend.
What do you do? What kind of work do you do there?
Wait, let me actually see, because I don't really know how it says in English. Let me actually see.
I was kind of surprised when I saw that Israel was, continue fighting the war on Shabbat, but there must be some kind of thing there. And like I said, I think that the sin falls on the commanders.
Yeah. Basically, my job is personal assistant.
A personal assistant.
Yeah. For example, those who provide support for daily activities like home care services, studies, social participation, hobbies, or leisure activities, and maintaining social interaction and stuff like that. It's kind of like those, for example, who can't really do stuff on their own, so you have to kind of help them with the house and stuff.
Okay, so you actually go into the home and you assist.
Yeah, that's basically what I do, cleaning or, washing dishes or, stuff like that. For example, I have one tomorrow. I mean, but I mean, I should definitely get that, the new,
So that's
the,
I think we call that assisted living.
yeah, I don't really know how it says in US, but, here it says personal assistant.
Yeah, I think it's just assisted living.
Yeah. But I think I should maybe email Phyllis and maybe get the what Lou has said about what we do in the that should not work on the Shabbat, and what we do, for example, no unclean meats or that other stuff. For example, vaccines or whatever.
Dres, we have that letter available on Torzone for
Oh,
free
actually, I have
download.
the USB flash drive. Actually, I got my friend sent it to me, so I can probably get it from there. Declaration something. It has like 100 PDFs and videos. It was so cool. Yeah. But unfortunately, I just don't have any ink or any paper. But I can probably go to, for example, in the library and just take it from there. Just take the flash drive and that's how I can do it, for example, because I don't really own the how can I say, the printer.
It's possible also that you could take it to a copy shop.
Oh yeah, that's right. But yeah, actually, my friend said that halal meat is sprayed onto Muslim, therefore offered to idols.
Yeah.
Because I think like Muslim people, they do they kind of like eat some stuff that Yahuwah didn't really say it's clean.
No, actually, Muslims eat clean.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
But
they
I just kind of saw that there are some, for example, maybe rabbit or something like that. Like, do they eat that? I'm not quite sure. I think,
I
do
don't
they
think
have a
so.
different?
No, they eat clean meat. In fact,
Oh, so they have the same.
they even have their meat killed correctly according to scripture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
very,
that's
very
interesting.
particular about their food also.
Yeah, they eat with the hands.
Yeah, and they also do fasting.
I once saw a HGTV that they were building this house for Hebrew, and it had two separate kitchens because they have to cook certain things separate from other things. It's complicated.
Dairy from.
Well, they do the two different kitchens for the feast, so that there's no bread, there's no yeast, so they have two kitchens so that it's not defiled.
Okay, so yeah, there we have Revelation 4, and as we can see, there's only one person sitting, and that's Yahusha.
Yeah, so here's that picture I was trying to bring up before, described in Revelations 4 and 5. So you have the 7 seated 24 seated elders with white raiment and crowns of gold. Here around, and here's the throne. Here would be the rainbow deal would be here. This is the throne. That red part would be the throne. That's the ruby part. Remember, it said ruby. So there that is. And then this would be the emerald rainbow. And then the one sitting on the throne, the one throne. And here's your 24 elders. And then your 4 living creatures. Notice that these 4 living creatures are on the throne. See the throne right here, the base of the throne right there?
Yeah.
They're right there around the throne. So that's what the description portrays there, anyhow, get a visual on it.
Yeah, there we can see the body of light.
Yeah, and this is what Yehukanan saw.
But it's kind of interesting in Christianity because they never mentioned the Father or the Ruach HaKodesh. They only say JSUS, right?
Here's the one with the face of a man, the face of a calf, lion, an eagle. That was interesting.
You know what's really interesting when I read from the Sefer, for example, Luke chapter 1 verse 11, it says, "For unto you today was born a deliverer, from the seed of Daud, the Savior, which is Yahuwah the Mashiach." And then in the BUNV it says, "Because for you today was born in the seed of Daud a deliverer, who is Mashiach the Master." But Lou, of course, said that he didn't want to add Yahuwah because even though it was kind of used for the name. I think that was like in the Constantine Creed video. He not there. It was Yahusha's Sukkot birth. He kind of explained a little bit. That was really interesting. Because in the Sefer version it says, which is Yahuwah the Mashiach. So it's kind of like different versions have it said differently. But of course, it would mean that it is Yahuwah because he's the master in bodily form.
So is the eclipse over, or is it?
Oh yeah.
Yet or what? Come and gone?
Yeah.
I actually once saw Eclipse, but with those goggles, whatever you say. It was so cool. I don't know which year it was, but I was pretty young. Maybe like 14, I guess. That was literally the most coolest thing I ever seen.
Let's all go to Raoul's house for steak.
Raul's house for what?
For some steak.
Yami's vegetarian now. and Raul is suffering.
Send the jet and pick us up, man.
I try to keep up with her as much as I can, but I will eat chicken. I'm not eating any red meat. But she's trying to stay away with all animals.
Fish.
Oh, she eats fish.
Pescado. So
Wait,
she's
is there?
that's a pescatarian. Pescata. I think that's called a
Oh,
pescatarian.
I'm gonna say something. You're gonna laugh. You know that this last little trip that we took, right? Right near where we were staying, there was this one restaurant that makes a salmon that we had tried before and she loves, right? So I went like 3 times to the restaurant to pick up the salmon for her. So a cook came out and he said, "Are you guys Presbyterian?" And I thought it was because I was wearing a Yahuwah shirt or something that he came and asked me that. But now I understand. They only eat fish, I guess.
Yeah, pescatarian is someone who only eats fish.
Oh, that's what he
So that's what he
said.
meant.
That's what he
Okay.
meant. Pescatarian.
I never heard of that before.
Me neither.
I mean, Presbyterians is a
No, not a Presbyterian. It's a different word.
oh.
A pescatarian. Now I
A
can't even say the word.
pescatarian. Okay. A pescatarian from pesce, from fish. In Spanish, a fish is a pez. A pez.
Right.
Pescado. Yeah.
Pescatarian. Pescatarian, not a pescatarian.
So the cook knew the word and came out asking.
And no dairy.
So yeah, no dairy. I just got her oat butter. She said she was gonna contact you, Toria, to get some pointers.
Well, tell her I put my number in the chat, in our
Okay.
chat.
Okay. Yeah, I got her some oat, and I've done away because I would only have milk like in my coffee. So she put that oat milk in there, and it's not bad. So
And the
You
oat.
need, you know what? I started using rice milk. It's called Dream. I think rice Dream, and it's rice milk, and the consistency is just like milk. My husband accepts that.
Oh, okay. We may try that
yeah,
if they have it.
yeah, I gotta see if I can find it here.
You know, this is such
Yeah,
a small town
it's
that we
called
are.
rice Dream. You can get it in the cold, or you can get it in the you know where they have
Shelf.
the little containers of
Yes.
them
Yeah,
on the
Yeah.
shelf. Yes.
Tell.
She can hear you.
Oh. I was gonna say Phyllis how you like your
Yeah,
brownie.
she made a
how you
brownie
like
that
your
was
brownie.
very good. A
Is
little.
that
Banana?
the one you sent me a picture
No,
of?
no, it also
Yes.
not
Oh.
vegan.
No, yeah, no dairy.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, I'm just exploring with recipes that have no dairy.
Have you tried making cheese yet?
No, is that with a nutritional yeast?
You can do it with nutritional yeast, yes, or you can do it. There's one you could use potatoes, carrots, onions. You cook them, and yeah, there's other ingredients, but anyway, it tastes just like a cream cheese, like cream, like you could pour it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's different ones you can do,
Mm.
and pistachio, no,
Pistachios.
not
No,
pistachios,
cashews.
cashews. Yes, use cashews.
Yeah, I heard about that. The
It is
cashews.
really good. My husband actually really liked it.
Mm.
The brownie was pretty good,
Yeah.
and I had it with coconut vanilla ice cream.
Ice cream. Coconut milk.
Ooh,
Was good.
yum.
There's this one Messianic person that I saw on YouTube that says Yahuwah does not want us to eat any animals.
Oh yeah, I saw too. I think I saw like maybe a Hebrew Israelite who only says that they only use Genesis chapter 1 verse 29 maybe, where it says to only
It,
eat like
It's
whatever
also in the
fruits.
writing. It's also in the writings of Clement.
It was kind of interesting because some folks have a different version of Matityahu, where Yahusha said that I came to abolish the sacrificial law and to not eat any animals. I don't know. It's weird. It's kind of like a SNS or something. Gospel of SNS. I'm not quite sure. But they have a different version of Matityahu, and I don't really know. It says something like Yahusha said to not eat any animals. I don't know. It's weird. Is that kind of like a Gnostic type of gospel or something? I don't really know. Because when I googled Gospel of SNS, I'm not really sure how to pronounce that, but anyways, they have a different version of Matityahu. I don't know. It's weird.
Tori, it must be hard for you in Texas with all the meat down there.
Oh no, I'm good. I don't
Hey,
like
Mark,
the
do you
text.
have any idea of
Well,
I
I'm
don't
sure
even
that you
like
don't
the
even like the
texture.
taste of it anymore,
The
but
texture, I can't do that. It's been since my mom set up when I was about 2 years old.
oh, okay. So you've
She said
never.
she said I would chew on one piece of meat. It would drive her crazy. She said it was like a cow cutting on hay. She used to get so irritated with me. She'd be like, "Swallow it," and I'd be like, "I can't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like the smell.
I can't stand the smell."
Yeah.
But I believe bacon is a temptation. Bacon smells good, but I'm sorry. When I was young, it does not taste like it smells. But
The smell of bacon is a temptation. I think
it
it's
is.
on purpose.
And now look, it's in everything. It's in all the advertisement. Ooh, with bacon. And Texas is big with bacon. Woo.
Now we ask everything because like green beans here in this area, you before when I was eating more meatloaf, they put bacon in it. So anytime we go anywhere now, we ask about the bacon.
Yeah, because I'll order something with and I'll say no meat. And the next thing I know, my plate will come and there'll be bacon. And I said, "Oh, I said no meat." And they're like, "Oh," I'm like, "Bacon is meat." They look at you like, "Oh, it's not a topping. It's a meat."
Hey, Mark, do you know about this stuff? Like a sect having a different version of Matityahu, where I think says something like to not eat any animals because he will slay them or something. I don't really know what it says exactly, but it says something to not eat any animals. Do you have any idea of this, Mark? When it was just when I googled Gospel of SNS, they had Matityahu, but it's just a
Oh,
different version.
the
The SNS, yeah.
Clement also has writings on that also. Who was a scribe to Peter? Is Peter scribe, I believe?
I don't know. It was some kind of like a sect who were completely vegan.
Right. Well, I can't remember which books or which book that was removed from the scripture. It's one of the apocryphas that speaks of it says that Miriam did not partake of meat through her pregnancy, and neither did Elizabeth. For some reason, it had to let people know that they didn't partake in meat. She was clean.
I was kind of wondering, where's Mark? I don't know. I asked him a question, but
He probably went to the restroom or something.
Oh, okay.
While you're waiting for Mark, I was wondering. Well, maybe I should wait for Mark.
Yeah.
My son, he did a recording of the first book of Bereshith, and we have that available on Torzone. And now he's halfway through doing Shemos. And Mark wanted me to play a little bit for you all if you're interested.
Yeah, what's funny is after you told us about that last week, I was looking for it. I mean, I ended up finding the book of Nazarene, which for some reason I was, I got squirreled. I was doing that and looking for that, and I ended up finding the book of the Nazarenes, and I started listening to that. But and they use Yahuwah and everything. I was like, wow, but I could never find your sons. everywhere I looked.
Well, it's on Torazone.net. It's on our website.
I'm
Isn't
surprised
it kind of like a better sheet, one download or something like to download?
Oh,
It's
it's a
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
download.
saw that.
Okay.
I saw that.
Okay.
And we also have a CD available. You can order the CD.
Yeah, I just unfortunately can't really order anything from Torazone because I
I
kind
know
of
you
have to have a friend. I do have
But
a friend. It's Rick.
but
Rick's.
but we have
Yeah.
we have a download though. You should be able to get that.
Yeah. You know, I'm
'Cause
actually very.
I don't
I'm
think I
actually
have
very
anything for
grateful.
CDs.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful to brother Rick because he sent me some stickers with Yahuwah and Yahusha and Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah, or the universe didn't create itself and Torah on its own, something like Torah. It was so cool. I like that. I wish I could have more stuff like maybe Google Yahusha or something like that. It's so cool. I like that. I also promised to send my friend also. I'll also send because he sent like 3 I am Yahuwah, that is my name books, and so I'm gonna send one to my friend living in the UK. I just don't know when, but I will definitely send it. And some
Well, Draz, you
stickers.
can go to Teesprings, and there's also another website, the Ibris shop, where you can
Oh yeah,
look for some more cool stuff.
yeah, I saw that. It was so cool.
Go
Yeah,
to
I
the
would definitely
Nazarene
buy.
store.
Yeah, I would definitely buy more shirts too. They're so cool. Maybe like a red one or blue. So cool. But I think it would be kind of nice if they had some kind of like more stickers in the Teesprings. If maybe I don't know who's the owner. Maybe like you and Lou or.
Lou's the one that puts the information up there for
Oh,
them
okay.
to-
I was kind of thinking if you can maybe ask him to maybe not really, of course, now, but you know when he can, maybe some stickers or something. I don't know. That would be so cool. Maybe like something with maybe Google Yahusha or something like that. I don't know. Some cool stuff. That would be nice if he can. Not of course now, not immediately, of course, not needed. But anyway, he can.
If he ever has time, he'll.
Yeah, of course.
get it.
Yeah, he's busy man. I
He's a
think.
very busy man.
But at least he makes some videos too, which is at least he makes time to make videos. So I think he haven't made one in 5 days. I think.
Right. The last one I remember him making was the one
I
with.
think it was
him.
Constantine's Creed. I think.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, it was with Lou and what's the other man's name?
Dan.
Oh yeah, Dan. Yeah.
How is Dan doing?
He's fine. It's like he's back. He's healthy. They've gone vegetarian also.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Hey, so sorry if I ask you, Phyllis.
Gotta get rid of the sugars. It's
I'm
the
kind of
sugar
wondering.
that it eats off of.
Hey, sorry, I just wanted to ask you, Phyllis. How many children you and Lou have?
We just have 2 sons, and they're the oldest one is 40 and Adam's 36. And we have 3 grandchildren through Michael, and they're, in their 20s.
Okay, your other son is 1 year older than me, 26. I'm 25.
36.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I heard 26. Sorry. Okay.
You're a year older than my youngest son. My youngest boy is 24. I have one about to be 30 and one is 34.
Nice.
Did you all want to hear
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I would love that.
Shemoth, which chapter would you like to hear? I can play a whole chapter of all the way up to 14.
I would love to hear from the beginning. That's so powerful.
Of Shemoth? Okay. Here we go. I thought, here we go. I had the wrong one up.
Shemoth, chapter 1. And these are the names of the children of Yisrael who came to Mitzrayim with Yaakov, each one with his household: Reuben, Shimon, Levi, and Yehuda; Yissaschar, Zebulun, and Benjamin; Dan and Naphtali; Gad, and Asher. And all those who were descendants of Yaakov were 70 beings, as Yusuf was already in Mitzrayim. And Yusuf died, and all his brothers, and all that generation. And all the children of Yisrael bore fruit, and increased very much, and multiplied, and became very strong. And the land was filled with them. Then a new sovereign arose over Mitzrayim, who did not know Yusuf. And he said to his people, "See, the people of the children of Yisrael are more and stronger than we. Come, let us act wisely towards them, lest they increase. And it shall be when fighting befalls us, that they shall join our enemies and fight against us, and shall go up out of the land." So they set slave masters over them to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh supply cities, Pithom and Ramses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they increased and grew. And they were in dread of the children of Yisrael. And the Mitzrites made the children of Yisrael serve with harshness. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick, and in all kinds of work in the field. All their work which they made them do was with harshness. Then the sovereign of Mitzrayim spoke to the Hebrew midwives, of whom the name of the one was Sifra, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, "When you deliver the Hebrew women, and see them on the birth stools, if it is a son, then you shall put him to death. But if it is a daughter, then she shall live." But the midwives feared Elohim, and did not do as the sovereign of Mitzrayim commanded them, and kept the male children alive. So the sovereign of Mitzrayim called for the midwives and said to them, "Why have you done this, and kept the male children alive?" And the midwives said to Pharaoh, "Because the Hebrew women are not like the Mitzrite women, for they are lively and give birth before the midwives come to them." So Elohim was good to the midwives, and the people increased and became very numerous. And it came to be, because the midwives feared Elohim, that he provided households for them. And Pharaoh commanded all his people, saying, "Throw every son who is born into the river, and keep alive every daughter."
Wow. That's amazing. I love how he changed voices. He kept it interesting. I really like that. I've listened to so many. That was really good.
Well, thank you. To Lou and I feel like it brings it alive.
Yes.
Great job. Great job.
Yes,
you.
I love it. I will definitely be looking for that.
But
No,
he's
it's really
only
great
halfway
that.
through that one, huh?
And sorry, I just wanted to say that it's really great that you guys taught your boys to keep, the Yahuwah's commandments. It's really nice. I think maybe since they were maybe kids, I think, right?
Well, Adam was raised in a completely. It's really funny. Michael was 8 years old and we had been doing all the pagan things up until about a year before, a year earlier, and then when we were getting ready to put up a Christmas tree, and he was 8 years old. We knew about the Christmas tree, but we were still doing it for the kids. Go figure. And it's the, anyway.
Been there, done that.
Michael stopped us and he says, "Are we going to put up a tree, Dad? You said that they were something or other." And so in the middle of putting up this tree, we stopped and took it back down. So, and I guess Adam really didn't ever know what a Christmas tree was in our house, Of course, they both wandered around and did their own thing for a while, but Adam's come back sooner and closer than Michael has so far. But we'll see. Michael's getting there. It says raise up a child in the way he should go, and when he's old, he will not depart from it.
Yeah, I had a similar thing too, because when I started coming into the truth, it was in 1989 when my first son was born, and I was learning about the pagan days and stuff, but my ex-husband was not having it, and I was trying not to do those things or be involved. Halloween was the first one that I cut off, and that was quite the fight. And then we divorced, and then when I had my second two children with my husband now, we never did Halloween with our children. Um, Christmas, like you said, the youngest one really never knew what any of it was by the time he was born, and then we asked him, our other son, my husband and our first son together, and he said, no, I don't want to do that. It's against scripture. So we got to cut it out altogether. And I was, praise Yahuwah, that my husband he does not have a thing about the holidays. So
That's good.
I'm lucky in that aspect, I have to say, because I don't think many who aren't walking in the walk would go for such a thing, but he did not have a problem. And I think maybe because he came from an island, that it's not prevalent for them to do such things. So, that was a blessing in disguise. But I did struggle with my oldest son because his dad did those things.
I want to ask you, Phyllis, isn't Lou like age of 73?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, I got it right. Okay, nice. Okay.
Were you trying to figure out how old he was based on our age of our children? I'm 72.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I'm 72. He's 73.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was pretty young. I think he was pretty young when he when he I mean when he first, wasn't like 1984 when
Yeah.
he first read like Yeshayahu 53 and Philippians 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's I remember that he was selling that.
Yeah, he was one of the first ones in the movement when it was all starting.
And there was no internet.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know how it got started everywhere all at the same time with no internet. How did that's the proof of Yahusha's omnipresence.
Yeah.
Omnipotent.
When we were learning about the names and the holidays, it was before, all of that also. We learned of word of mouth, seeking that out. We went to libraries. My sister spent so much time with her and her best friend in the library, just seeking those things out. I mean, I don't think you could find those books anymore.
No. In fact, Lou published some of the books that he published the names of some of the books, and people have looked all over the United States, and they can't find, like, the American dictionary, American something dictionary, in 1945. That was one of his major sources, and you can't find it anymore.
I know I used to go through the used bookstores, and I could find certain things, but not anymore. Because I was looking for, what was his name? The book from Wilkinson. What was his name? I ended up finding it. I did. It is a
Ralph.
used book.
You talking Ralph?
Let me see. I think I have it right here. David Wilkinson. It was called the Racing Towards Judgment.
Oh, okay.
And
the
it's
name
actually
is very familiar.
Yeah, he was pretty. I mean, it's an old book, but for me to find it, wow. And some people wanted like $1,000 for it. I couldn't believe it. I ended up finding one, and I didn't have to pay that much. That's for sure. Let me see when its copyright date was.
Somebody called us the other day, and they said they wanted another copy of Fossilis Customs Edition 9, and they saw it on the internet or Amazon for like $600 or something.
Wow.
That's too much.
Yeah, this copyright is 1976.
Hey, Phyllis, I was kind of wondering, because there's like BNV in the English version. I was kind of thinking if it's possible, maybe because I have one, one person who wanted to ask you and Lou if it's possible to maybe have how I can say, maybe a permission to kind of like translate the BNV not screen version to, for example, to my own language, if it's possible, maybe to make it, to have a permission, for example, from Lou.
I'm sure that would be possible, but wouldn't
Yeah,
they
I was kind
have
of thinking, because like, my friend who also knows Yahuwah and Yahusha, but just in a different language, of course, but I'm glad he also knows. But, he wanted to just share the name to other people who don't, for example, they don't really know English. So he was thinking if it's possible to make this book to a different language. If we can have a permission, that would be nice.
Sure, they just need to contact Lou. O'Carey is going to have the B1V translated into Dutch. That she's trying to collect donations for it now. Well, it's starting to get bright again outside. I guess it must be completely over.
I was kind of wondering also, like, how did Lou got this Lou Hebrew font? Maybe like I don't know, a font. Where did he got it? I was kind of interested because
he'll send that to you. It's called Paleo Borat. I'll just write to Lou, and he'll send you the font. He'll be glad to do that.
That's so cool. That's so great to hear, because I was kind of like thinking, maybe to start with, of course, Barashit, and just type exactly what it says, and this just translate exactly how it says in the English, so people can really understand and stuff. That'll be really cool. Like to make everything, for example, like the preface and everything. I just don't know how to really do that. Of course, I don't know if it's gonna be me or someone else doing the translation. I just don't know how to really do that and just make it into a book. It's kind of, I don't really know how to do that, but
I'm sure Lou would be glad to help whoever wants to do it.
That's great. Awesome.
Do you know? I think Cato was on earlier and left a message to us. Cato, we got, if you're still here, we got your phone message, but the number when I tried to call that number back, it wouldn't accept, it wouldn't go through. I tried several times. So if Cato's here, if anybody knows Cato, could get Cato a message for me, please tell him that, to call us back again with his phone number again. That's a pretty neat looking coat on you there, Toria.
My
Hey, Phyllis, I was kind of wondering, how can I, for example, how can we, for example, contact Lou? Like, does he use an email or?
He has an email address, and it's easy. It's order ORDER at fossilizedcustoms.com.
Okay, so order at fossilizedcustoms.com. Okay, nice. So it's order, like ordering something, right?
ORDER.
Okay. And at fossilizedcustoms.com.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. If you don't hear back from him, you could contact me at Phyllis@torazone.net.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh,
got you
okay.
there.
Well, if you don't hear back from him, contact me and I'll
Yeah, I think he's pretty busy or something. Maybe he doesn't have time or something like that. Right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, like, he might be very busy to, check any, emails or something.
But he does eventually.
Yeah.
He doesn't check it every day. He's way too busy.
But that's really, great to hear that we can have a permission to translate to a different language. Of course, it will make time, but it's very great to at least start it. And
Well,
so people
Lou
can
doesn't own
have it.
the book, the translation.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah, of course. I just wanted to ask, to let him know that, we are kind of making this
Yeah.
project to,
Yeah.
to help other
Yeah.
people to come to Yahuwah and Yahusha. Because some people are really coming into the truth, but they just don't really have the right translation. For example, they don't really have the right names in their, for example, version. So it will be really nice to have it in our own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you said that he of course doesn't own anything. He just translated.
Dres, what
Or,
language? What is your native-born language?
Oh, language is Serbo-Croatian, Serbo-Croatia. So basically,
Okay.
there's let me actually see how many are speaking that Serbo. There's about, let me see. Oh, Serbo.
I consider
Croatian.
people that speak more than one language so intelligent. I mean, they're light years ahead of me. I can't imagine.
They have the gift of speaking in tongues.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't imagine speaking.
Okay, so Serbo-Croatian, there's like 15 million speakers. It's kind of like a little, it's kind of like a South Slavic language. Only 15 million. It's not really too much, but it's kind of like a mixed with Serbian and Croatia. But I mean, if there's any people who might know our language and if they can help with the project, that would be really nice. Maybe if there is any people who might know that language.
You'll have to look around your neighborhood, more likely.
Yeah. I mean, of course, I can, do the project. That'll be really nice. I just don't know how to really make it into a book, but it will be just, I guess, make it exactly how it is. You just have to have, I guess, a different, I think, exact font and all that. But I think Lou can, of course, help. And yeah, of course, Yami, you can now ask. If you had anything to ask, of course.
What I was gonna say is that your country's way before you were born was part of the Soviet Union, correct?
Yeah, it was named Yugoslavia. So basically, when I was born in 1998, I was born in Serbia. I just don't remember when it was. I don't know. Was it back then Yugoslavia still? I'm not quite sure. But I think there was a war. I think like 19.
Yes, between
I think.
Wasn't it mainly between Muslims and Christians?
Yeah.
I just happened to see something in the comments. Someone saying that Lou and Phyllis have employees that work on Shabbat. They use the pagan word Saturday, but we don't have any employees. There's nobody here. We don't have any employees. I don't want anybody thinking we make anybody work.
Don't listen to those people, Phyllis.
People make just false witness.
It hurts, but I know Yahuwah's got my back. I know.
Yeah, it also makes me feel bad about Lou because he has a lot of people who say really, very bad stuff to him. It's just, I don't know, it's outrageous. I just don't really like it. I mean, of course he approaches them with love, but
what you have to do, Draz, is you have to think about what kind of ugly stuff they said to Yahusha. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, and he's standing there bleeding, and they're spitting on him, and he right there with just an eyelash drop, he could destroy the whole earth, and they're mocking him, and so then you say, well, what can they say to me? What can they do to me? Nothing.
Well, that right there is love. I mean, he didn't do anything. He was just suffering for
And
us, of course.
when you have the kind of love that Yahushua gives you through the Ruach HaKodesh, you just accept and go on and realize they don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, because he also said, if the world hates you, keep it. Oh, I don't know how it says
It
exactly,
hates them
but keep
too,
in mind
yes.
it hated me first. Yeah,
It hated him first.
hated him first. Yeah, of course.
That's interesting. I noticed a couple of things that were said. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's just so ridiculous out there. But of course, Lou always approaches them
In
with
the
love and
chat,
says,
I
"Thank
don't
you."
know. I don't know who these people are that jump into the chat, but wow.
Yeah, it's kind of really. I kind of like, I kind of respect Lou how he approaches them. He says, for example, "Thank you for commenting or whatever, sharing your opinion or feeling." It's kind of cool how he approaches them, and then he, of course, explains, Yahusha and all that. It's so cool. I really respect that. It's kind of like he has
you have to
this
love all
kindness.
forgive.
You can really see that he has the fruit of the spirit, like kindness and self-control and all that. That's so cool.
Well, yeah, because we're just here to love them, and we just forgive whatever they're doing and pray that they find the truth.
Yeah, sometimes it can get pretty hard to kind of like, it's kind of like have to a bit practice with the being kind and have self-control, because it can get a little bit out of control sometimes. Not all the time, it's kind of like a spiritual war in a way.
Well,
between the spirit and the flesh. Yeah.
Well, it is a spiritual war.
Yeah,
because sometimes the flesh wins. It's just so ugly.
Sometimes
Yeah,
I get beat down. Yeah. But that's okay.
But usually the spirit is more stronger. I mean, it makes you feel really bad what you, for example, said or did, and you just repent from it. I think repentance kind of means like to turn back from the sin you did, right? Like completely turn back to Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm.
And to love him with all your heart and soul and mind, and to, of course, love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah, that's the Shema. I love the way Mark reads the Shema every Sabbath. It's one. I wait for it. To me, that's it. Okay, I've heard the Shema. Now I'm okay.
Yeah.
Toria, that's a beautiful background you have. Is that your property?
Oh my gosh! Hello. What did it just? Are you there?
Toria, we're
Okay.
here.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hold on. Okay, there you are. Let's see. Oh, I didn't even realize. We finally hung my swing that the kids made when they were very, very little, and in the tree. So that is the front. I guess the front of the house.
Oh,
It faces the lake over there.
Uh-huh.
So it's hard to explain why it's not facing the street. It's kind of weird. Anyway, that's the front of my house.
It's beautiful. I like
Thank
the
you.
functionality of it.
Thank you.
How much property do you have?
We just only have exactly an acre.
Oh, an acre is a lot of property, actually, to take care of.
Yeah, the last house we had more, but it had over 60 trees, and it was very hard to keep up with. Every time you get wind or whatever, you got to pick up sticks and logs, and because these trees their limbs are the size of a tree. So this house, we only have one tree.
Wow.
So it's kind of nice.
Do you have animals on your property?
Oh yeah, the chickens. When you go back here, I don't know if you can see as I walk. You can see a chicken coop way out there. It's a huge one.
I didn't mean to get you up from your swing.
Oh no, it's fine.
I'd love to be sitting in that swing myself.
Yeah, I've got a couple of them. There's a swing right here on the patio it came with. We just turned it around to face the backyard.
Wow, that's a nice patio.
Yeah, I do like the patio. We spend a lot of time sitting out here, and it actually wraps all the way around to our, hi sweetheart, to our bedroom.
Oh,
So we got
my.
a patio off to the bedroom. And I'm like you, I like my birds.
Oh, there's your bird feeder.
Yeah, I have another one, but I had to clean it. But when you walk out, you can see this over here is going to be my garden.
Yeah.
We're just starting that because we haven't been in the house too long. And then out there is the chicken coop. And my chickens are free range. I just open the door. And I planted some banana trees.
Banana trees. Oh, cool.
Yeah. They were actually, we went to go get some used windows for the chicken coop. And have her bananas. We just had to take them out. So there's all my chickens, some of them. Hi, everybody. See, they come to greet you.
Aw.
Hi, everybody. Yeah. So they're coming around. And these weird looking things are guineas. If you've never seen a guinea before.
I have.
But yeah, it's pretty big.
Wow, that's
Hey, sorry, Phyllis. Can I ask you again just to make sure? Like his email is order@fossilizedcustoms.com, right? Correct.
Yes. Here, I can put it in the chat.
Or maybe in the private chat or something.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, just to be sure, of course. Of course, that's why I wanted to ask.
I'm
I think
sure.
I lost everybody. Went too far. Y'all still there?
I'm
Yeah,
here.
of course.
Just in the chat. I'm just in the chat.
I think I went too far. The internet doesn't want to go too far out. Hi, Missy. What you doing? Come here. Not you. They don't want to see you. Leave the chickens alone. Yeah, they try to follow me wherever I go.
Okay, I've got it up there now. Chat Draz. What is this? That's the download for Bereshith.
Yeah, I just want to see if this plays when I do this. I'm going to interrupt just for a second.
You know what? We renamed. See where it says chat? Yeah, 01. Yeah, we have that. Okay, go ahead and play it for us, please.
Hey, sorry, I didn't get anything in the private chat yet.
Bereshith, chapter 3. And the serpent was more crafty than any beast of the field which Yahuwah Elohim had made. And he said to the Asha, is it true that Elohim has said, do not eat every tree of the garden? And the Asha said to the serpent, we are to eat the fruit of the trees of the garden. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, do not eat of it, nor touch it, lest you die. And the serpent said to the Asha, you shall certainly not die, for Elohim knows that in the yom you eat of it, your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be like Elohim, knowing good and evil. And the Asha saw that the tree was good for food, that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree desirable to make one wise. And she took of it its fruit and ate. And she also gave to her husband with her, and he ate. And then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together, and made loin coverings for themselves.
And they heard the sound of Yahuwah Elohim walking about in the garden, the cool of the Yom, and Adam and his Asha hid themselves from the presence of Yahuwah Elohim among the trees of the garden. And Yahuwah Elohim called upon Adam and said to him, "Where are you?" And he said, "I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, so I hid myself." And he said, "Who made you know that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree of which I commanded that you should not eat?" And the man said, "The Asha, whom you gave me to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I ate." And Yahuwah Elohim said to the Asha, "What is this you have done?" And the Asha said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." And Yahuwah Elohim said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you are cursed more than all livestock and more than every beast of the field. On your belly you are to go and eat dust all of the yomim of your life. And I put enmity between you and the Asha, and between your seed and her seed. He shall crush your head, and you shall crush his heel." To the Asha he said, "I greatly increase your sorrow and your conception. Bring forth children in pain, and your desire is for your husband, and he does rule over you." And to the man he said, "Because you have listened to the voice of your Asha, and have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you, saying, 'Do not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you are to eat of it all the yom of your life. And the ground shall bring forth thorns and thistles for you, and you shall eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your face you are to eat bread until you return to the ground. For out of it you were taken, for dust you are, and to dust you return.'" And the man called his Asha's name Kua, because she became the mother of all living. And Yahuwah Elohim made coats of skin for the man and his Asha, and dressed them. And Yahuwah Elohim said, "See, the man has become discerning, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put out his hand and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever." So Yahuwah Elohim sent him out of the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he was taken, and he drove the man out. And he placed cherubim at the east of the Garden of Eden, and a flaming sword which turned every way to guard the way to the tree of life.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to see if I could do that. It actually sounded pretty good from over here. How'd that sound to y'all?
It sounded good. Yeah. Thank you.
Good here.
Okay.
Oh, we lost Toria.
So at least I know we can do that. I wasn't too sure if that would work or not. Yeah,
Well,
it should be
worked
back.
well.
It would be kind of cool if that could also be, well, I don't know, of course, I already have the flash drive, but it would be kind of cool if that can be added, the Barashit voice into the flash drive too. That'll be kind of nice. If it can be added, when some people buy it or something, I don't know, or maybe it's just an old version of the flash drive or something.
What are you talking about? That we only just did that. I don't think he has plans on putting the
okay.
on the flash drive, because he's going to do the entire book. This is as far as he's gotten. So for right now, we're going to sell the books as he finishes them. Our plans are to get, when he gets all 5 books, and the reason we're selling them is to support him to get his work done. And Mark's even suggested that we set up some kind of a, I don't know, donation to offer to Adam for his efforts, but I'm not sure how to set that up. The GoFundMe things, I'm not sure about those. I don't know how much they keep as a portion. if anybody has the ideas, I'll listen.
Okay, nice.
We're doing fine. Yahusha's supporting the work. We don't have any problems. I didn't want you to think that we're begging, but I think Adam deserves rewards. We're helping him out a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's important to support that project. It's really a huge undertaking and it's a lot of work.
It
And
is.
I think there's a lot of people that would be honored to help him along in that project. I'm really hoping he does the entire BYNB.
That is his plan. It's easier to think in small groups of, right, like
Right.
milestones. The first 5 books would be a milestone. We got that done. We got it covered after that, don't you think?
Yeah, brick by brick, my citizens.
Yeah.
It's a great project. I can't wait for it to be done. I know it's going to take a long time, but and another way that we can help support Adam in this project is that we could, as he's putting out these different books, we can buy them individually. That would also contribute and support him as well. And it's available for now to buy as a download. And then you're coming out with the CD too, aren't you, Phyllis? You guys
We
coming out with
have the CD available now. Yes.
Okay, so you can get it on CD. It's reasonable. What's it, $10? I think I saw it's $10 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Very reasonable and a great way to support Adam as he works through this meticulous project. And I listened to it, and it was very comforting and soothing for me.
Yeah, for me too. It was very soothing and relaxing to really listen to.
Yeah, and the other thing is, as you're listening to it, you pick up more things that I listen to it, and I'm hearing things that I never really noticed before. And I think it's because as you're reading, you know how your mind wanders as you're reading, and then it comes back and you focus again and stuff. You miss things, but it seems like when you're listening to that vocally there, you pick up more. Your mind doesn't drift because you're focused on being attentive to what's being said, so you stay focused better. I think it's a fantastic thing.
Especially when he uses the dynamics. Yeah. The dynamics kind of keep you involved.
Yeah, it does. And you can listen to it in your car going to work or traveling or something like that. And so you can't be reading because you're driving or something, you could listen to it that way. You get the download on your phone or whatever. If you got a CD player in your truck, or you can listen to it that way, and or you can listen to it at night. When you're laying down and trying to rest and you can't quite fall asleep or something. You can put that on, listen to that, and put you right to sleep. So a lot of good reasons to get it and to support Adam, and I hope we all do that. And we need to bring this up at the beginning of one of these, Phyllis, if you'd remind me. And talk about it when we got more people too,
Okay. I thought today. And you're right about that, Mark.
What's that?
You're right about the fact that it will support him. Just buying the download is going to give him the support, what am I trying to say, to compel him to do more, encourage him, because he's been really disappointed.
Yeah, and motivate him, encourage him. I think it's a great work for Yahusha, needs to be completed, and I think we all should support it. I mean, we're all Netzarim, and we're one family. We need to support it and see it through. And like I say, we need to talk about this again at the beginning of one of these, maybe next week or something. And I'd like to see everybody supporting it.
Yeah, I agree. But
yeah, I thought it sounded really, really good. Toria must have lost internet connection.
yeah, could be she was out. Hey, sorry, Phyllis, you cannot be heard. You're muted. Sorry, you cannot be heard, Phyllis. You're mute.
Sorry. That you were talking to me. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you get the email address?
Let me actually check.
Yeah, it's in the private chat.
Oh yeah, I got it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I sent them. I let them know that we can, translate. Just have to, of course, contact either Lou or you. I also gave them an email of yours too. But of course they know English, but so be prepared. But I think that Lou probably knows the where to get the the font and all of that. And I'm probably the right font he was using for the for example, Bereshit and to Revelation, or the whole book font. He probably knows. I think probably have to just download from Google or something like that.
Hey, I'd like to play another one of those if we could. I'd like to see how he pronounces some of these names. That's another thing. This is a great tool for studying scripture, because if you ever read it and they have these hard names, and it's like, I wish I could hear this said so I'd know how to say it correctly. You could use these different chapters and play it, and then learn how to say some of these hard pronunciations. And that's what I do. And I've been using that for that. And I'll give an example of that if you all don't mind. It's in chapter 15.
Bereshit, chapter 15.
Can you hear it?
And after these events, the word of Yahuwah came to Abram in a vision, saying, "Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield. Your reward is exceedingly great." And Abram said, "Master Yahuwah, what would you give me, seeing I go childless, and the heir of my house is Eleazar of Damascus?" And Abram said, "See, you have given me no seed, and see, one born in my house is my heir." And see, the word of Yahuwah came to him, saying, "This one is not your heir, but he who comes from your own body is your heir." And he brought him outside and said, "Look now toward the Shamayim, and count the stars, if you are able to count them." And he said to him, "So are your seed." And he believed in Yahuwah, and he reckoned it to him for righteousness. And he said to him, "I am Yahuwah, who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans, to give you this land to inherit it." And he said, "Master Yahuwah, whereby do I know that I possess it?" And he said to him, "Bring me a 3-year-old heifer, and a 3-year-old female goat, and a 3-year-old ram, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon." And he took all these to him, and cut them in the middle, and placed each half opposite the other, but he did not cut the birds. And the birds of prey came down to the carcasses, and Abram drove them away. And it came to be, when the sun was going down, and a deep sleep fell upon Abram, that see, a frightening great darkness fell upon him. And he said to Abram, know for certain that your seed are to be sojourners in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. But the nation whom they serve I am going to judge, and afterward let them come out with great possessions. Now as for you, you are to go to your fathers in peace. You are to be buried at a good old age. Then, in the 4th generation, they shall return here, for the crookedness of the Amorites is not yet complete. And it came to be, when the sun went down and it was dark, that see, a smoking oven and a burning torch passing between those pieces. On the same yom, Yahuwah made a covenant with Abram, saying, I have given you this land to your seed, from the river of Mitzrayim to the great river, the river Euphrates, with the Quinite and the Kenizzite and the Cadmonite and the Kittite and the Perizzite and the Rephaim and the Amorite and the Canaanite and the Girgashite and the Yebusi.
That was interesting. The pronunciation, for example, Karites or Mizrites. Or...
Right. See there at the end there, all them words. And so you could use that to help, speak Hebrew correctly, pronounce the words correctly. And so that's another good thing about this, these discs and downloads.
Yeah, he literally pronounced them very correctly.
Yeah, very correctly. So it would help a lot,
Yeah.
With all kinds of, all you have to do is go to the chapter and play it, and you can move the timeline through there if you want to, get to the words that you're trying to learn to pronounce or you'd like to know how to pronounce in Hebrew. So that's another good thing about them. But a very important project here. And I know Yahuwah is in this, and we all need to support it. Even if it's just buying the chapters as he puts them out, we'll encourage him to continue on. And I think we all should do that. We have a lot of Netzarim. We have a lot of people here, so we should be able to get this project up and running and push through and complete it in the name of Yahushua.
Phyllis, is the first book already on CD? Okay, so we'll get that one because we'll use it while we're traveling. It's nice to be listening because, yeah.
It's only $10. What'd you say, Phyllis?
He's halfway through Shemot too, so we should be getting that in a couple weeks.
Yeah, we'll definitely get it to listen in the car.
I think I'm going to jump off here. It's been a long day. I'm pretty tired.
We're going to join you. We're going to take care of the doggies and rest a little bit.
Well, I'm also going to go to sleep soon.
I was hoping
what?
I was hoping Raul would take us out with the priestly blessing.
I'll do that. You coming? Yeah. Yami's gonna join us. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show you favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Hallelujah.
Thank you, Mark.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. I love you all.
Baruch haba Bashem.
Yeah, we love you. We love you.
Love you too, guys.
Bye bye.
See you next week.
Bye bye. See ya.